Okay. We're good there. And let's go live on TikTok. All right, we're live. Make sure everything's all lined up correctly. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay. So I can get rid of you. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hey, Lone Drow. One sec. Okay. Slice 78. Good to see you. Yeah, right as I started. So glad you're here. All right. I gotta adjust my mic a little. I can't really see my screen. So we'll just put this just a shade higher. There we go. It's like slightly in the way, but I can see better now. Okay. Sorry for the noise. Superfan Lily, welcome. Glad you're here. Storm, good to see you. Thank you for the heart, me Lily. Appreciate it. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. Oh, and we start with the threat right away. Let's see, 1 minute, 46 seconds for threat. Repent or you will end up in hell. So, how is this meeting Matthew 28 verses 19 and 20 OSFFC? Can you explain that to us? Because you have a duty under your Bible to follow that. And 1 Peter 3 verse 15. So how does that meet those Bible verses? Hello, Ace, you amazing human. Good to see you as well. And non-believers, that's how you deal with threats. You just ask them, especially from Christians. Because I don't think that's a real Christian there. I think they just get off on telling people that. Pikachu, it's good to see you. They're not a real Christian. Hey there. How's it going? So threats will not do it. Should be working, but listening instead. Well, maybe you can find a way to do both. But we certainly don't want you to lose your job. But I'm sure you're a grown person, so I'm sure you got it on lock. Working and listening. Very good. Well, I'm glad I can keep you company during your workday. I'm glad I can do that. This is almost like a afternoon, like in the old days, it'd be like an afternoon radio show, right? What it was in the old days. And I'm an old head, so that's how I remember it. Fine company indeed. So I'm just glad you're all wear a secret earbud. There you go. There you go. Well, I'm just glad I can keep you company. Happy Tuesday, Holojack. Also finish on my work day. Nothing better to finish my day. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm just very blessed that you all spend time with me. Blessed in the secular way. How about that? See, that's the old Christian habit coming out in me. You know, it's been what, over 13 years? And like atheist Mr. Rogers. I don't know about that, man. I've gone out of pocket a few times. So I don't know about all that, but I appreciate the sentiment. Because Mr. Rogers was always in line, right? You have giant honking headphones. Very nice. Very nice. I don't know, if you're like a cubicle worker, um, one, my heart goes out to you, but two, if you're able to wear those giant headphones as a cubicle worker and you're an introvert like me, I mean, that's like heaven because that's just a big sign that says, don't bother me. I am completely checked out. Mr. Rogers had a script. If he had TikTok, he would 100% go out of pocket. Maybe. I heard he was like a badass in real life. That was my understanding. The Mr. Rogers lore, legend is that he was a badass, which I don't doubt. It's usually the ones who are like the most gentle, are like the hardest. Like the painter, Bob, what's his name? You guys know who I'm talking about. White dude with the afro. Bob, the painter dude. Like Ross, thank you. Bob Ross. Yeah. I mean, imagine like making Bob Ross angry. Right? Can't even imagine it. And see, that's the scariest part. He's so gentle, so good natured. He was a drill sergeant. See? Exactly. So he was a badass. Yeah. He was a badass. Bob Ross was a badass. One person not to mess with. And what's interesting about that? Exactly one person I can think of who probably no one ever makes fun of, right? He felt so bad he never wanted to raise his voice again, so the legend goes. Yeah. And Zeno, I bet he kept a lot of people alive too. Whoa, new layout. I can't deal with it. Too much change. Hey, H.E. Jonesy, I got to keep people on their toes, Yeah, no. It is a lot. I hear that. It's just the screen space, right? And I got to navigate it between, two different platforms. I am gentle, but don't get me in that flow state talking to racists or bigots. Yeah, I feel you. I don't know if you saw my show last Thursday, Storm, but talked to a lot of racists on Thursday. And yeah, it was a lot. Like, I don't drink anymore, but if that was the day to drink, that would have been the day after that. My new favorite is you get the version of me you deserve. Yeah. I mean, I think it's perfectly okay to match energy. You should put a stock ticket. H.E. Jonesy. Maybe I should, huh? Been watching TVV since he had under 1K subs. I just know he's going to blow up the next coming. Oh, thank you, Larry. I hope so. And I'm really looking to, because I got like 1,600 on YouTube, and I'm trying to get that like to match TikTok. Then add Justin's Kitty Sam somewhere too. Yeah, I'm just gonna have shit everywhere. H.E. Jonesy. Yeah, it's just gonna be like the busiest background. Jeff Rowe, good to see you. Welcome in. Reckless Religion, good to see you. We had somebody in the guest queue, but I've been talking to friends, and they probably left. So, guess if you're still there, sorry about that, but I am taking guests, believe it or not. Although I love talking to my friends, but we all know what we're here for, right? We're here for the guests, and so you all have each other to keep company. Could you add some Subway surfers or something too? I think it's getting to a point where, yeah, I might have to do away with the chat windows because, not gonna lie, the chat windows, yeah, it takes up a lot of real estate, but it just seems like, oh, and what's even funnier? I don't even have chat windows active. That's even funnier. So you guys think it gets busy now. Wait till I do this. Let's see. I had it set up. So I might just have to get rid of the and you know what the funny part is? Oh, it's on the left side. That's right. I forgot about that. I put it on the left. Okay, that's right. I switched sides. So TikTok chat is now on the left side for YouTube. CBJ vacation raid. Hey, thank you. CBJ Raiders and CBJ on vacation. So he's going live on location. A pagan atheist? Honestly, no idea. I heard CBJ raid, so I came in. Well, you came to the right place. I'm not sure what a pagan atheist is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure what it is. It's not me. My understanding of pagan is, right, almost like a pantheist or polytheist, like believes in like a Norse pagan, right? So I imagine, or believes in the Greek gods or believes in the Norse gods, but at the same, maybe the Norse, like the lore of it, right? Maybe because there's like spiritual atheists, there's like Buddhist atheists, there's Hindu atheists, there's Jewish atheists too. Yeah, maybe an atheist believes in supernatural, like nature. Yeah, maybe nature, but not gods. Yeah, because that's all an atheist is, right? Is an absence of the belief of any gods. So you could still believe in nature. You can still believe in supernatural. You could still believe, like, we have people who believe in like tarot cards and ghosts and all that stuff. Yeah, not all pagan faiths have gods. So is nature and the elements. There we go. So that's probably what it is. Yeah. So nature and the elements, but they're still atheists. They don't have faith in gods. That's it. Yeah. I think most Jews are atheists. Interesting. In my experience anyway. Most Jews are atheists. It's probably why I don't get too many of them. I get the occasional one, and it always seems to be, oh, Rainbow Ash, it's always good to see you. Welcome in. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Rainbow Ash. Thank you so much. And great. Thank you so much for that great conversation there. Okay. Yeah, you got it. I think that's probably the reason I don't get a lot of Jewish atheists, and that we get along famously with like Rab Kavad Zone and Rabbi Hannah. Yes, call out the wrongs these Christians try to justify. Yeah, that's what I'm here to do. Because it starts here, right? And it transfers over into other areas. So we can start here. I spent a lot of time at Hillel in college, and it's more about tradition than God. Interesting. And there's the ethereal ember. How's it going? So everybody's coming in. This is great to see. I'm so happy to see you all. Talking about somebody ethnically Jewish as an atheist or a Jewish atheist. I'm confused. I think ethnically Jewish, that's an atheist, I think. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're hanging in there. And I'm doing well. Thank you. My favorite, Rabbi Hannah. We don't have answers, just more questions. Exactly. And I love Rabbi Hannah I'll be the first one to throw down with God. I love that. We beat his ass before with Jacob. We'll do it again. Love it. Love that spirit. Love it. And you know what? Got a great case in the Hebrew Bible. I mean, Jacob defeated God. Knuckles E, rated E for Elohim. Exactly. God didn't do so well against the iron chariots. So, Israelites were a little bit upset about that. And also, they were grumbling in Ezekiel 18, and God actually sat down and talked to him. and just said, okay, I'll address your grievances, you know, in a roundabout way he said that, but he didn't smite him. He talked to him. The difficult part is getting Christians to understand why atheists question the Christians' belief. Exactly. Yeah, this might be day 3. It looks like, because we're not getting very many guest requests up, this might be, looks like we're going to have to change the topic to tomorrow, because you can kind of tell when it's time to change topics. Oh, thank you, Madam Storm. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, and I'd love it if everyone could follow me on YouTube, because I'm trying to get my subscriber count up there. And it would be great if I could do that. Well, even from the garden, he didn't want us to have understanding. Yeah. Formerly Jewish, now agnostic. There you go. My both screens. That's, I don't know. That might be a little too much of me. That might be too much. Yeah, but anyway, tap the screen, like, share. Oh, and especially if you have any believers, Christians, Muslims, Jews who do believe in God, that have evidence that God loves women and kids and are over 18. So if we have intrustion. So if there's anyone there that wants to come up and discuss, well, come on up, Haba. Let's talk about 18:1. Yahweh versus Iron Man. Yeah. You know, with the whole Iron Chariots thing, Jonesy. I don't know. Rainbow Ash is following you? Now, the funny thing is that without the capitals, it looks like Rainbow Wash. which is cool, which is pretty cool. Good afternoon. Well, Deborah Nahera, if you are a Christian, you are required to come up here. 1 Peter 3 verse 15. Be prepared to give a defense to anyone who demands an accounting for the hope that is within you. I am demanding an accounting for the hope that is within you, Deborah Nahera. Nahera. Maybe that's how you say it. Nahera. Yeah. So, Christians, I'm low-hanging fruit. I'm a non-resistant non-believer. I mean, these are questions that non-believers have. What's your best evidence God loves women and kids? And you're gonna pass up an opportunity to rectify this, to clarify? Yeah, Rainbow Ash, not Rainbow Wash. Rainbow Ash. Exactly. Rainbow Wash. Stop it, Jonesy. Shame. Behave. It's Rainbow Ash. We don't detonate. We don't misname people here. Rainbow Ash. Rainbow Ash. You see? Yeah. We don't mess with Rainbow Ash. I don't mess with Rainbow Ash. There are some people I just don't mess with. Like Ember, Rainbow Ash, Sunny, Resist Oppression, Pseudo V Science. Basically my mods. I don't mess with them. You are terrifying. So terrifying. Yes. I lived in Israel for 4 years as an adult. Surprisingly large amount of atheists there, maybe 50%. Yeah. You know what's interesting, Andrew, is it seems like to me though that we're kind of probably dipping into like politics, so maybe I won't go there. Oh, no fair. Why don't you mess with me? Because I like my head where it is. The way you keep that chat in line, Rainbow Ash, is, see? I mean, you just lay the hammer down. Hey, Gleg, good to have you here. And we're just waiting for some guests to come up. Okay. Excellent, Storm. Okay, well, let's get the word out now, and we're going to start advertising it every day for you. So Storm is doing another fundraiser this Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So everyone, please follow Storm, and you will get the notifications and the details. So, Mad Libs. Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. Pseudo v Science. Here we go. I'm terrifying if you're a theist, I guess. Exactly. Terrifying. Okay, we have a guest in the queue. So I actually come here when I love talking to you all, but I got a job to do. So you guys are here to see me talk to guests. So I do have a guest in the queue. So let's bring him up. User Bling Bling. Let's bring him up. First guest of the day. All right. Also, if you're thinking about coming up as a guest, please be sure you're at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran. And also, let's talk about evidence that God loves women and children. How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. How old are you?
I'm old, man. I'm 32.
All right. Nah, you're still young. You're still young. Lots of time left. All right. Which God do you believe in?
The Catholic one.
Catholic? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. We're here today to see what your best evidence is that God loves women and children.
I have a couple of points, I guess, bullet points, but also, I don't think I have 30 minutes, to be honest. I probably have like 15.
That's fine.
If that's okay.
Yeah, you get
All
up
right,
to 30
okay.
minutes.
15
Yeah,
minutes.
and it's for the kick bowl anyway, so it's up to 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, but take as much time
Yeah,
as you want within
15.
that time period. So if you hear 2 or 10 or 20, whatever, it's all good.
All right, cool. So I guess just a few, why God loves women and kids.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a few points. I guess the first one is, I don't know, he made women
You
for
made them?
Adam, and the other one I guess is be like, he made Mary an important figure in like the Catholic religion, and just basically making her like, basically, like the people we pray to Mary to kind of reach Jesus. I guess that's a way.
Yeah.
So she's like really important in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let me keep going. There's a few. I would say actually, like, there's a few. I guess what do you call them, saints or something? But most like basically when like some like either God or like Jesus or Mary actually herself would come to like show up and like present themselves to like kids. Usually they do it to kids and women. I
Okay.
think most of the saints we have are like women, and like there's a few stories we have of children um seeing like the apparition. I don't even know what you call it, but like seeing Mary or Jesus coming to them and giving them like a revelation or something like that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, those are my few points. And let me see it. I could probably think of another one.
Well, let's
Nah,
do.
for now that's
All
it.
right. Well, let's do one at a time real quick. So, so if I'm hearing you right, if I heard you right, you're saying God loves women and children because he made women, number one, and he created women, and Mary, mother of Jesus, has a pretty respected position. Am I hearing that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then if that's the case, because I was a Catholic for a long time, and what troubles me about that is like we have, like, for example, this is Deuteronomy 13 or 22, excuse me, 22 verse 13. And this is the law concerning sexual relations. And so this is Mosaic law that God handed down to Moses. And this essentially talks about if a man marries a woman and then claims that she's not a virgin, so there's a test. So the father of the young woman and the mother says here, then shall submit evidence of young woman's virginity to the elders of the gate. And the evidence is, if you skip ahead a little bit, it says, here's evidence of my daughter's virginity. They spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So this is the cloth that the newlyweds consummate the marriage on. What do you suppose is on that cloth that is the evidence that she was a virgin?
Blood.
Yeah,
I'm guessing. I
exactly.
don't know.
Yep, blood, exactly. And so, because there's blood.
Well,
Now, here's the problem. Anywhere from 40 to 60% of women bleed their first time. So, if only 40 to 60% of their women bleed the first time, and now let's keep that in mind for a second. And so, if we go down to 20, and it says, if the man's charge is true that she wasn't a virgin, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So remember when I said 40 to 60% of women bleed their first time?
yeah.
So according to this, that means about half of the women didn't bleed on their wedding night. There's no evidence of their virginity, and about half the women were stoned to death. So if that's the case, why would God give us a law that is clearly wrong in terms of biologically speaking, scientifically speaking? It's not accurate. So why would God give the Israelites a law that is scientifically speaking incorrect? And it's slanted heavily against women. Because if you read up a little bit, I'm skipping around a little bit, but if you read up here, it says here the elders, if the man is proven wrong, the elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and then he shall not be
Okay.
permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So the man's punishment is 100 shekels of silver, can never divorce the woman, but the woman's punishment is she gets stoned to death. And there's a 50% chance, it's a coin flip essentially, that she was actually a virgin. So help me out here. How is this loving?
I guess I'll throw something at it. So I'll say one, it's I guess it's like a fearing kind of law into just making the woman make sure they're not, uh, promiscuous because it's like a high, what do you call it, ri- risk if you do that. And then another one would be probably just be, I would say this law kind of just shows how back in time or how barbaric we were back in the day, and I would say it's a representation of humanity, not of God.
Representation of
And
humanity, that God gave the law to humanity. So how is this a
yeah,
representation of how
because
barbaric humanity is when God gave the law to humanity?
so like Jesus says that like when he comes, he's able to like um you know what do you call it, like make the new law. So basically he's like fulfills it, and then like he does a new law, and like that's in a way a sense of like that they allowed so many like God allowed so much like kind of like sin in men to and women, I guess, to pass through, so that when they could be ready for Jesus, basically.
Okay, so stoning to death 50% of the virgins is preparing for the arrival of Jesus?
Yeah, because obviously
Wow.
it's not a good thing to do. And then Jesus is the one who stops actually the stoning of that woman who was like the I don't forget adulterer or something.
Yeah,
So
and
it's
they're following God's law doing that, right?
they're following like their hearts. They know that
Following
it's
their hearts, they're
also
following the law. It's a law. Like adultery in the Mosaic law, is the penalty for adultery is being stoned to death. And that's what
yeah, but
this is
isn't also
about,
like a
because they're saying that this woman isn't a virgin, she committed adultery. So therefore they're stoning her to death.
but
So
isn't there also a law like you shouldn't kill? Is that not also at the time
uh
the law?
yeah, So then you're saying this is a contradiction, because if there is a, so which one do they follow? The commandment, thou shalt not kill, or stone the woman to death for not being a virgin? And she may or may not
I
be a
mean,
virgin. It's like 50-50. It's literally a coin
yeah,
flip.
the right thing, the right thing I think would be to not kill, but like there,
Okay.
we have like back in the day, they're kind of hardened and barbaric, and it's their type of the way they want to move. So they God allows this law to pass by
Why would God give
and like
two
force
opposing
people to do
laws?
it.
One that says thou shalt not kill, but then also says uh kill a stone to death a girl who's not a virgin. Why would God give two opposing laws like that?
Because the people want to kill.
Because people
They
want to
want
kill,
to.
so God's giving them what they want?
He's letting them, I guess, like develop until waiting until Jesus comes, because they're not ready.
Why would then he even, if they want to kill and he's going to let them do it, why would he have a commandment saying thou shalt not kill? He might as well just let them do what they want.
That's
This is
that's the
make brother, this is making less and
that's
less
the
sense
original plan.
as you explain it. This is making less and
That's
less
because
sense.
that's his original plan.
His
Like he
original
wants us all
plan.
to not. Yeah, but they're not ready for the original plan, so they gotta ease their way into it.
Okay. So we have to so we have to ease our way into it. It's like we have to like prime the pump, basically, right? Because what would happen if you just had a law that said thou shalt not kill, period? Just don't kill anybody. Don't stone virgins to death. Don't genocide people. Just don't do it. You're saying what would happen? Like, would they spontaneously combust? What would happen?
What if they kill?
And if
When
they don't, if God just specifically
if they
prohibited them from
don't,
killing, yeah, all across the board, just don't kill anybody.
I,
What would
I mean, we
happen?
could
What
still have
would the
that
people do?
also. I don't know because we're still on the same part, like the same. We're still killing people, and like
Okay.
maybe we got spontaneous combust if we don't. I don't know.
So these commands apparently don't help. So I'm trying to understand then, this doesn't really explain why we have a law like this, that virgin women can be stoned to death, because we're getting further and further away for this making sense. You've taken like two steps back.
All right.
It
Sorry. To
no,
me,
it's
it'd
okay.
just
I
be
know you're
like,
trying to explain it, but I
no,
mean,
no, you're good. You're good. I
is I
mean,
don't
I'm
is
just
I
trying
don't
to.
is I don't know a
I'm just
good
trying to
answer,
fill a
or
dark, like in the dark. You know what I mean? That's kind of. I don't really like kind of like. I kind of believe my answer. You know what I mean? I'm
you
just like
kind of believe?
going.
Okay.
Yeah.
What? Well, then what's an answer that is like, that makes sense and that is very believable? That,
That
I mean, because
I mean,
even you
it
think this
makes
is
sense,
ridiculous, right?
and
Right?
it makes sense in a way. It makes sense to me in a way like just like kind of like just like a patriotic type of old like back in the day years ago hierarchy where they were like we own the women. There's slavery going on. There's I'm not sure what else slave. There's a bunch of probably bad things going on at the time, and like they're kind of like living in like it's normal everyday stuff for them.
Right,
So like
right.
it's so I mean, and so we did kind of evolve, a little bit. Like we don't do that in a
Mm,
sense.
yeah, in a sense. Well, there's still,
Well, so what do you
well,
think? Like changing that? Like what was it
depends.
that? Okay, why aren't we still not stoning? Because we like now we know better. I feel like, and like they just didn't know that was their way, at the time.
Right. So I'm still trying to understand then. Because I know you just said, hey, I don't really believe this myself, but I'm still trying to understand. It, I mean, is God morally perfect?
I'm sorry, I think I got bad connection.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought he was
Kind of
thinking about that.
frozen.
Okay, I asked you if God is morally
See,
perfect.
Oh, is he morally perfect? I
Yeah.
guess so. Yeah, I would have to
You guess
say
so?
he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is stoning
Yeah.
a maybe virgin to death morally perfect then?
No, it's definitely not.
Okay. Why would a morally perfect God give a morally imperfect command? Because I mean, you would say he didn't do this accidentally,
I
right?
think it was because that's something we needed.
Something we needed, but what did we need it for? Like, what in the world would we
No,
need something like this for? Like, we need, okay, we need to
like
get, this is almost sound like, have you ever seen the show Dexter? This is
I've
almost
heard of
like,
it.
yeah, this is almost like, because see, Dexter, he is, his dad, his adoptive dad teaches him a code because he's a sociopath, right? And he teaches him this code so he stays out of trouble because he needs to kill people. He needs to. He's a serial unaliver. He needs to unalive people because if not,
Yeah, that's a lot of
yeah, he
people.
just needs to do it. So
A lot of Dexters back there.
yeah,
There was a lot of Dexters back then.
right. So his dad said, okay, well, since you need to do this, his dad, the cop, says, I'm going to give you a set of rules to go by, and that you only unalive people who are bad people. You only unalive the criminals. You only go after them, but you have to gather all the evidence, and you have to do everything you can to make sure that they are bad people, and those are the ones you go after. And so he becomes a forensic analyst for the police department. And so he's got, first line access to all the evidence that he needs. And then he starts hunting people, right? Well, it's kind of, this is kind of what you're saying, right? Like they were just a bunch of ancient Israelite Dexters running around, and that God said, okay, I can't control you guys. You guys are just going to go buck wild and just unalive anything you see. So I'm just going to put down some, is that what you're saying?
That's the whole Bible. They're all going buck wild, like from like page 2, I'm guessing, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Like
So they're going buck wild. Like, then how do we know?
then God's just trying to like get us all in control until But I also would say like this, we had like what do you call those like Hammurabi codes where like they would have like really excruciating like laws, right? I forget what I
They had
think it
some,
was
yeah,
China. I
they
don't
had
know
some
where it
pretty,
was.
yeah, they had some pretty nasty one, like eye for an eye. That's where eye for an eye comes from. Um,
Yeah,
yet
like
but the Hammurabi codes actually, well, they predated Christianity, number one, and then number two, there's a lot of similarities in the Hammurabi codes to Mosaic law, a lot of similarities. But that's what I'm saying is we're
which one
talking
is worse?
about. I mean, huh?
Which one is worse?
Which one is worse? That's hard to say.
Yeah.
It's really hard to say. Now, I would say though that, well, number one, we don't follow the Hammurabi codes anymore, right?
Yeah.
Nobody is trying to justify the Hammurabi codes. Nobody is saying, well, Hammurabi, he laid down these
I guess so,
codes
yeah.
at the time because the people needed them. Do you see how silly that sounds? People needed those. So they needed eye for an eye at the time.
They
You know what I
kind
mean?
of did. So they could I mean, did they?
Uh, I don't know if they needed all the eye for an eye stuff, because I mean, if they needed it, then if our society needed it, then we'd still have it, right?
No, but back then they needed it. But
Back
no, yeah,
then,
that's what it is. Like we realize
well,
we
that's
don't need that.
that's some
We're
typical Bronze Age
growing up
stuff,
and
yeah. But I'm trying to understand.
so yeah.
Okay, so was this a good thing?
Oh, but I
Like
get it.
this law that we're looking
I
at,
get
was
what you're
this a
saying.
good thing?
This it don't even make no sense to me.
It
Like
doesn't make any. There we
the,
go. It doesn't make
the
sense. There we go. It doesn't make sense. All right. It makes no sense. And see, this is why I don't believe it, because it doesn't make like things that don't make sense. They're not true. Right?
I mean, they can still be true
They can still be true.
because they don't make sense.
Okay. Well, this doesn't make sense.
But it's
Yeah.
still a law.
All right. Yeah, still a law. All right. Well, I think we've kind of reached the end point.
Yeah.
Or is there anything else you want to bring up?
Yeah,
Because
no, I
you're
appreciate it.
past your 15 minutes.
No, yeah, that's it. That's it. I appreciate
Okay.
it. That was fun.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate you the honesty, and yeah, thanks for coming up. So enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one. Take
All
care,
right.
man.
Have a good one. Well, at least he was honest, right? He's like, this doesn't make any sense. That made no sense. Even he admitted it. 345. Even he said it made no sense. Oh boy. That's a good way to start. Hey, you know what? I'll start it like that any day. Start it like that any day. Any day, any day, any day. Welp. Exactly. Welp. There was that, right? There goes that. Goodness, that was wild. That was wild. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. And even I don't really believe what I'm saying. Just okay.
I don't, then why assume it's true? I don't.
Exactly.
Blows my mind every time.
It does. It just is there a brick wall I can go hit for
Right? Like, I feel like I've needed to do that so many times in the last few days. Just a brick wall.
Yeah, this topic
my head
especially.
just right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. It was a trip. But hey, at least he admitted it. I mean,
That's better than most Christians.
But I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I got so much clippable content off of this topic for the past few days.
That's fair.
Yeah, just like one after another. So
yeah,
doing some great
Christians
clip
just revealing themselves
oh
over
yeah
and over again.
Oh, for real. It's wild. It's just absolutely wild. Like, why do you fucking believe this shit?
Yes.
I don't get it. Yeah.
Yeah, but then we get clipped. We're the ones that get clipped,
Right. Exactly.
For reacting to it, responding to it.
We
So
get
funny.
clipped for reacting to it. We get clipped for making sense, for confusing people with facts. Yeah.
Like, oh no.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're well studied on a topic.
Yeah, right. We did our research. Oh my goodness. We brought scholarly research. How dare us?
How very dare. How very dare.
Exactly.
Yep. And just because, someone doesn't know something, it's all of a sudden a niche ideological definition.
Exactly.
But anyway, yes, that is some kind of inside joke thing.
It's a bit of an insight, yeah. If you know, you know.
It is. Hi everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Trust But Verifies Live. We are so happy to see you. We have 85 people in here, and well, if it isn't Satan's little girlfriend.
They can't be talking about you. Yeah, because you're not a girlfriend, so they must be talking about me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess I'm Satan's little girlfriend.
That's so funny. Wait, Jacob Slatter, I definitely blocked you because you're a Yahtzee. How are you here?
Oh, you know what? I might have. I did. I went through and unblocked a whole bunch of people. So sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
That might have been why. Yeah, I forgot that y'all have block power, and I was like, how did all these people get blocked? So I went in and unblocked them. So sorry about that.
Oops. Am I good to block him again?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay. Perfect.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oops. Okay. All right. So anyway, hi everybody. We have 20.6K likes. Thank you so much for that. If we could get to 25 really quickly, just power tap. And if we could then work our way to, 50K, 7,500, all of that good stuff.
Absolutely.
And then go ahead and share the live, repost it, long press the screen to share it out individually, all of that good stuff. And then follow him on the other socials, same name on there. Let's see. We have a Discord if you want to join it. It's for anyone and everyone. So go ahead and join. You'll just have to, I think it's just verify your identity, not identity, but we should have an age thing. But
yeah, It does have an age thing, but you just basically check a
That
box.
does it right. You
Yeah.
just do the
Well, it's coming
box.
soon. Discord, actually, I heard that they're putting in an age thing.
I think that they backtracked it
Oh, did
because
they?
people got really upset about it.
Okay.
So I'm
Interesting.
really hoping that they backtracked on it.
Yeah, just make up your
Because it
fucking
was
mind.
like kind of connected to ICE and stuff,
Oh,
and
yeah, that's a bad
could
thing.
save people's like faces. It was
Yeah.
like so it was
Yeah.
just not going to be good.
Yeah, I'd much rather self-police. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Yes. Yeah,
With you.
exactly.
We have 2 godless girls in here out of 3.
Yay!
How awesome. 2 out of 3.
Yes.
Nice.
The Holy Trinity would be great. The Unholy Trinity
The unholy,
would be great.
yes, the unholy Trinity would be awesome. So
yes. But we take what we can get.
We take what we can get.
We
exactly.
love having any of the unholy. Where 2 or more
gathered.
Exactly.
That means we're unholy. Love it.
I love that. That's
I love it.
fantastic.
Leah. Amazing.
But let's see. Got distracted. Yes, Discord link is in the bio. Just copy and paste it into your browser, and then that should work for you. As far as chat goes, keep engaging in the live. That helps keep us interesting on the algorithm and FYP and stuff. So lots of free stuff to do. You can also do, let's see. You can fill the early gift goal kick poll thing, the let them cook, so you can fill that up if you want a kick poll, or you can send a jellyfish, or I guess same like level of gift to drop the guest immediately. And then as far as rules, no spamming, no being rude in chat, no preaching, no praying without consent, and yeah, don't be a dick in chat, and then we'll all have a good time.
Yes, let's all have a good time. Yay. Oh, and also if you join as a member on YouTube or join as a fan here on TikTok, you get access to all the really cool emojis. So I've seen a couple of them floating around, but I've added some new ones as well. Oh, kitty cat. Very cool.
It's this guy's birthday today.
Happy birthday. Happy
1.
birthday. He's 1. Oh, how amazing. Oh, you're so cute. So cute.
Yes. His name is Doc.
Doc.
So
happy birthday, Doc.
He's a big guy, but he's a happy guy and a maniac.
He seems really calm for 1 year old. He's just chilling right now.
Oh, he's calm at the moment.
At the moment. Okay.
He's not calm in the mornings.
Gotcha. Yeah. I know all about that. Yeah. Okay. So what I was saying, I got happily distracted, but what I was saying was you get access to all the emojis if you join as a member or join as part of the fan club. So you can get it for as little as a penny, and you get access to cover your drinks. You get access to check the hard drive. You get access to the gold medal, among other ones. So I've added some new ones. So I would love to see those in chat on both sides. That would be awesome. Oh yeah, and there's the TBV one. Although I'm probably gonna end up getting rid of that one at some point when I think of when I think of a really cool emoji. That's gonna be on the chopping block.
Yeah, if anybody has any ideas for stickers emojis, let us know too, because I would love to have some cool ones too.
Yeah. We've got room for 15 on Discord. So we have 15 on Discord, unless you're part of the super fan club, but I got to update that. But we'll eventually have access to a lot more on the YouTube side. So it's going to be like that. So all the really, really cool ones, like in the future, eventually, because we'll just have more room to add, as we gain more members. We're going to have some really cool ones, but yes, absolutely. Any suggestions for emojis, please throw them to the mods or join the Discord, throw them in the general chat. And, cause I'm always looking for ideas. Absolutely.
Woohoo. Yes.
Woohoo.
Yeah. So that ends my announcement. I don't know if you want me to stay up. I can drop, I can hang out. I can do whatever.
Do what you like. Oh,
that is unhelpful. I'll stay up for a while.
So unhelpful.
Literally the most unhelpful.
I am a far left libertarian, so I'm not.
That's true.
There's no authoritarian in me. I'm just like, do whatever you want, man. I'm a libertarian, so I can't. Yeah, it's like I can't be authoritarian.
Oh, I don't hate that idea. A W mod sticker.
W
Like
mod.
that one.
Okay. All right. Okay. W mods. All right. I'll make it happen. So, being the old guy. Oh, where is my little window? My window. None of my windows are coming up. Okay. I gotta. Oh, there we go. Oh, Rock Easy. See, I like Rock Easy's name because it kind of sounds like Rock Easy instead of Rock Easy. And I say Rock Easy, but by the way, how's it going? Raw? It's an accidental join. You guys know what
that he's up there.
he doesn't know he's up there. Okay, you guys know what that means, right? Chat, you know what that means. Rock steady, exactly. So Rock Easy is up here and doesn't know it. So let's give Rock Easy some coins. Let's do it. So if you got any coins to spare, give him some coins. Pennies, hearts, yeah. Flowers. Just 1 penny, just small ones. So we'll do this by lots of people. What do you think that is?
Easy.
Is that a fish tank? No, it's not a fish tank. Maybe it's a fish tank. It might be a fish tank. Yes. CPAP? It could be a CPAP, but in the day? No. Well, yeah, it might be nighttime where Rock Easy's
Well,
at.
he was here though. He said
He was.
hello, so I
Yeah,
don't know if
he
he would
did.
put his CPAP on.
He did. Yeah. He did say hello. And see, now my
All right, I muted him.
you muted him? Okay. Well, he can stay up for the time being. And
Yeah,
I completely
until he notices.
Yeah, and I completely destroyed my desktop because okay, there we go. Hopefully it fixed it on the YouTube side. Give me a second. Yeah, completely destroyed my desktop because TikTok Live Studio really sucks, and now this stupid chat window won't work. It might be because of nobody. Yeah, of course, it doesn't work now. So I have to change the window size in order to make it work. But then when I change the window size, it breaks the chat interface on YouTube. So then they don't see the chat properly. Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's working now. Yep, it's just nobody's in the queue. Okay, so if you are a Christian or a Muslim or a God-believing Jew, please join up in the guest queue. And also you have to be 18, and also you have to have evidence that God loves women and kids. So yeah, and share it out, everybody. And if you're a believer and don't want to come up, but you know somebody who would like to talk to me, share it with your friends. Share it with your friends list. Let's get some people in here and talk to them. And let's see what we can do.
Trust, excuse me, Trust.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I didn't even know I was up. I had my phone in my hoodie pocket and I was walking my dog. I didn't even realize I was up here. I just came back in the apartment.
Well, welcome up. I'm glad you're here. I hope you had a good walk with your doggie.
Yeah, she's doing good. It's a little cold here in Georgia today, but
okay.
Had a good walk.
Good. I'm glad you had a good walk. Well, we punished you with coins, so.
I paid my penance then.
Yep, you paid your penance through coins. Yes, that's what we did. We gave you coins. So,
right.
Yeah, so let that be a lesson to you, sir.
Drop down.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir.
All right, Rock Easy. See ya.
All right.
Oh, thanks for the cowboy hat. Yeehaw. Oppo, how's it going? Now, I really don't know what that sound was. Yeah, exactly. That didn't explain the sound, did it? Oh, we have a little mystery now. Yeah. Yeah. What was, so that's the, oh, I should have kept Rock Easy up. Like, what was that sound though? Didn't it sound like a drain or something? Like water going down a drain, or I don't know. It sounded like a fish tank to me.
Maybe it was raining there today.
Maybe it was that.
It was like rain sound. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it didn't make me think of dog walking. Some people are cute. You're right, Rainbow Ash. Yeah, that was very cute. Oh, I was walking my dog. That's pretty funny. That's so wholesome, isn't it? Isn't that wholesome? See, look at us heathens.
Wholesome.
I know. Look at us heathens being so wholesome. It's Ember's cat's birthday. Ragizi's walking the dog. Yeah. Us sinners.
We're just a bunch of cutie patooties.
Exactly. Us heretics. So evil. So terrible. So bad. Look how horrible we are. Yeah. Celebrating cat birthdays and walking the dog. Yeah. See, I told you. That's why you guys are terrifying.
Yes.
All of you.
Yeah,
You're
3
terrifying.
pips. It's my kittens. Well, he's not. I told him yesterday he's not baby anymore.
Oh.
Like he's not baby anymore because he's 1 year old. Like
Yeah.
he's not a kitten. He's an
He's not a
adult.
kitten.
He needs
Yeah.
to go get a job.
Yeah,
Start earning
exactly.
his feet.
Yeah, exactly. You give him a lease. You give him a lease. We want this back by the end of the week. Sign this.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it's just because you want this. Yeah, this is how we sin, both sidesing. We celebrate cat birthdays. We walk our dogs. Yeah, that's just how we sin.
Time to start contributing and quit meowing around.
Exactly.
Well,
Pets of any
it's
age are
true,
still
Grumpy.
babies.
It's true, Grumpy, that pets of any age are still babies. However, he cannot act like baby anymore because he knows better.
Yeah, he knows better now. He better know better. If not, he's gonna find out.
Yeah, he knows better because every time he's naughty,
Exactly.
the face he gives me.
Exactly. Right. Like, did I do that?
Yes, he's a
Yeah.
mischievous little guy, but he's cute.
Yeah. Exactly. Who's gonna discipline him? Exactly. Who is? So yeah. So join up if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and you're at least 18, and you would like to talk about why God loves women and kids. So request up. Let's talk about it. Yeah, I gotta say on this topic, Ember, yeah, I've been just going through the live recordings, and it's because like in the moment, I'm really just focused on listening to them, and so I don't really have a lot of emotion behind it, unless it's like something really bad they say, right? But I don't have a lot of emotion behind it, and so I'm just kind of listening to what they're saying, so I absorb it, and then I can respond properly, right? But listening back, it's even crazier. It's even wilder. Like,
Oh yeah, I think I just take it in all at once. So, oh goodness, Doc, stop. See, Doc doing baby things. He shouldn't
Doc
be
doing
doing
baby
anymore, like
things.
knocking shit over.
Mm.
But and see, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, like I process it all in the moment, and so I get like I get the emotional response first, and then I have to do like later the logical thing. But otherwise, oh my goodness, Doc.
Doc is just going nuts back there.
Yeah.
Tell
You
me
said you
I'm a
would
baby.
You jinxed me.
Yeah,
You
tell
jinxed
me
me
I'm an
because you
adult.
said he was calm for a 1-year-old.
Right? Like, oh, my bad. Like, I'll show you, Mom, just how,
Yes.
just how much of a
Exactly.
adult I am. I don't want to grow up.
Exactly. He is basically Peter Pan.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the things that Christians will say in order to defend their Bible and their God is just nuts. The amount of gymnastics that they have to do.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. The other mic. Guys, I got hit by my millionth Jesus Love You today, and it finally convinced me. Oh, goodness. Okay, we have to deconstruct the other mic. Okay. Well, this is what we do here. We do deconstruction too. Okay, so number one, this is interesting. We do have, yes, resist oppression. You are too pretty. You're way too pretty to go to hell. Exactly. You're too pretty. Now, so we have some data here. We have some scientific data that it takes you have to hear 1 million Jesus loves yous before you will reconstruct. That's what it sounds like. That's what will convince you.
All right.
Hearing
So
it a
I just have
million
to
times.
stay at like as soon as I get to the 999,999, I just gotta like stop talking to Christians, period. Which,
Yes.
you know, okay.
Yes. You just got to hold yourself up. Yeah. Just don't go outside. You know, just wear earmuffs all the time so you don't hear it. Yeah. Cause that's like the danger zone, like the last 100,000. Yeah. Cause you might get that in one day, just like walking through, you know, like a suburb. We got billboards here. Oh, see, that's tough. Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's why you got to stay inside. You got to stay inside. You have to, you gotta, you know, like cancel all of your TV subscriptions, you know, your streaming subscriptions, because in case you see, like, you know, because the Mormon Church will occasionally do a campaign, and they'll do like a, you know, they'll do like a little campaign, right? And you may see something like, you know, the JWs might throw something out there. Yeah, you don't want to risk it. You know, it's not worth it. Become an atheist hermit. Life goals. Here in the South, the billboards and church signs are everywhere. Yeah, see. Rainbow Ash. Parentheses, I'm scary. Well, I think the word we used was terrifying, dear. It was terrifying. Roar! And if we knew what you sounded like, it'd probably even be more terrifying. Yeah. But see, it's like the Rainbow Ash. We discussed this before. It's like the Bob Ross, Mr. Rogers type, you know, like, you know, the sweeter and nicer you appear to be, the more dangerous you are. Sorry. See, guys, I'm telling you. Okay, gotcha. I'm there. Yep. You're absolutely right, Rainbow Ash. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. You are absolutely right.
Sorry. I'm so
Yep.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So sorry. Jiren the Gray, it's good to see you.
Virtue, request up.
Yeah, Virtue. Request up. So, Virtue, if you are a Christian, then
Mike.
I invite. Oh, goodness. I am Mike.
Do you like, I don't know if it takes longer because it has like more mass to work through. I don't.
Is it heavily correlated to BMI? That's what you're saying.
Right. And what about me? Like, will I even absorb it because I have Crohn's? Like, will it just go straight through?
It'll just go.
Me?
So it might just be
And
one
is it gonna
that takes you.
Yeah, it might take more. Well, it might take more because it just goes like
it just goes right
me.
through you. Yeah, it goes straight through.
Exactly.
Yeah. It goes straight through. So it may be like 5 million for you, like 10 million.
Well, I'm safe then. I'm good.
Then you're safe. Okay. So
okay,
we have more.
Crohn's.
We have more research.
Good.
We have more research data, everybody. So something like Crohn's, or maybe even IBS, or something like that, or a lactose intolerance. You know, celiac. Yeah, it's gonna take more than 1 million Jesus loves yous to get you to reconvert. So, Virtue, if you are a Christian. We were getting so sidetracked today, but that's okay. I like it.
On that note.
Yeah. On that note, if you are a Christian, I hereby, the power of 1 Peter 3, verse 15, demand to see an accounting of the hope that's within you. So, you're required to come up and give it to me. Might not work on at all on you. True. I am pretty lactose intolerant. I smoke, so that might be why. I'm a non-believer. I'm satanic. But are you lactose intolerant? That's the key. Mike, Jesus hates you. Ooh, there's the deconstruction going on. Yeah, we're deconverting. The power of science compels you. The power of science compels you. The other Mike, the power of science compels you. They came from Egypt. They carried with them many of their traditions. The power of science compels you. Hey, Reckless. How's it going?
Hey, I am in a really good mood today. Another purchase was given to somebody bought another
Fantastic.
hoodie. So, because your wife has gone through cancer, I'm going to put it in your Venmo to donate to whatever
Oh,
cancer
that's so
foundation.
kind. Okay.
So, yeah, I'm really,
That's so kind
I
of you.
really am excited about this whole Dogway stuff because giving back to the community after what they've done for me, I mean, you guys have
Yeah.
been amazing.
Well,
And, I don't need the money. I have enough money that, I take care of myself. So, I want to be
that's
able
a
to help
lovely
other
place to be in.
creators.
Well,
And
thank you. Appreciate that.
yeah,
Yeah.
so another $100 check was given to me today. So, I mean, it's been,
Fantastic.
yeah.
All right.
And
Well, thank you so much.
Dogway can do something, Dogway has been just helping others. And I actually was on live earlier today and we're talking about maybe doing a tour so people can meet Dogway.
All right. That sounds great. And just to let everybody know, my wife's in remission, but we do support like multiple organizations, like cancer awareness organizations. So yes, so anything that you give me, Reckless, is going to go straight to that.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna pass it right along.
Yeah, because the guy
I'm
was
just gonna
like,
be the middle person.
That's awesome. Because the guy was like, "Well, I don't have an animal shelter to give to," because he lives in a really small town. But he says if there's some kind of other organization, just pass it along. And so I said, I know a guy.
Oh, I got a guy. Exactly. I got a guy. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, we will definitely do that.
Awesome.
Yeah, because things, honestly, I mean, yeah, American Cancer Society does all that and it's great. However, things slow down a little bit until like October, because that's like Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So then all the other organizations, they like their income slows a little bit. So yeah, anything we can do to help them out, I think that's a great thing. Yeah, absolutely. So thank you so much. I will look for that, and again, I will forward that on and let you know where it goes. Absolutely.
I am so excited. Yeah, this has been I didn't know how this was going to turn out. And tomorrow I meet with a team of people. So I'll hopefully have a website, and I'm going to have to borrow a deconstruction nerd who can do TikTok Studio because I have a new computer coming and I'd like to run my lives off of that.
Oh,
like
yeah.
You do.
Fantastic. You can, I know you're a member in the Deconstruction Junction. Yeah, you can reach out there. If you just post there and say, hey, I just need help. And if not Benny Boy, somebody will step up because there's multiple people in there who know how to do stuff like that. So
that's awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's great.
But I was so excited. I'm like, is Trust back yet? Because I got back from the store. I was so excited.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. Ragizi, that's great to hear that you're okay. So hopefully they push that through and you get that gene therapy. That's amazing. Yeah, that is amazing. Yeah. Man, look at us just sinning over here. Just doing all kinds of sinful, hateful things and, giving to charity, celebrating our cat birthdays, walking the dog, getting FDA approved gene therapy. Yeah. We're in need of saving. Don't you agree, Reckless?
Totally.
Yeah,
totally.
We're definitely
At least we know where the money's going because churches can't figure it out.
Right.
Well, actually they do, but it's their private jets and private cars.
Oh, yeah.
Private planes and, we gotta pay for their mansions.
Right. Exactly.
Fucking wild.
Yeah. Well, Virtue, let's not make excuses. I have demanded an accounting, so come on up and give us an accounting.
And don't tell people that God will be with them because Ragizi knows that doctors will be with them. Science.
Yeah.
Yes. And dealing with my dad's stuff with the ICU and stuff. And I had a chaplain come in and, say that, God's doing the work. I said, no, doctors are doing the work. Just leave God out of this. And it's wild.
Oh, it's totally wild. Yeah, my mute button's like hiding under there. I don't want to cough in everybody's ear. Well, then Virtue, come on up and correct me then. I'm a non-resistant non-believer. So let's, and I think you're making excuses. I don't think you're a real Christian, Virtue, because also under Matthew 28 verses 19 and 20, it says, go and make disciples of all the nations. My mic is upside down. You're right. And it's basically because my whole setup is all fucked up. So that's pretty much why. And, you know, evil, upside down cross, upside down mic, you know. So Matthew 28 verses 19 and 20. Well, you have to make, you have to convince me to accept it, Virtue. You have to minister to me. How do you minister to me? You're making excuses down there. You're just making excuses. So use the Holy Spirit to convince me that this is the way to go. You got a soul to save here, Virtue. You have a soul to save. You're not doing your job as a Christian, so you can't be a real Christian. You're not a real Christian. So let's get somebody serious in here. Next, you're not a serious person. You're just here to jibber jabber. That's all you're here to do. Chibber jabbering. You're gish galloping. That's all you're doing. So you're not a real Christian, or you're afraid, or you're ashamed of your faith. One of the three. You're ashamed, you're not a real Christian, or you're afraid. Which one is it? Okay, goodbye. You can't follow rules either. So we've got issues with boundaries. Oh, Dr. Joe, thank you.
That one's cute.
Yeah, there's no praying in here. There's no saying God bless you. There's no preaching. So you come up here and do your job as a Christian, or yeah, they never understand consent. They never get it. But I don't want to be saved. Well, see, Colette, that's the thing. If there's somebody that ministers to us, you may not have a choice. You know? So you got to do more than chirp here and just say, oh, you just don't want to believe. I'm here asking for evidence. I'm asking for evidence. What's your best? I'm not saying, oh, thank you for the galaxy. I'm not saying, you know, go get bent. I'm asking you to come up here. I'm saying, I'm demanding an accounting of the hope that's within you. See, that's the thing. You don't have any hope that's within you. I don't think you do. Because if you had hope that's within you, you would just come up here and give it. And you're supposed to minister to all of us. So how do you minister to us? You're not a real Christian. So it's just that simple. You've got people here that are waiting. Like, I do this all the time. We could all be convinced that a God is real. We all could be. We all could be. Yet, please teach me God's love. See? There's one right there. We don't minister to people that don't want God. Who says we don't want God? We're right here asking, Kelly. So you have, but see, this is the thing. It says, go and make disciples of all the nations. You need to read your Bible. You don't read your Bible. Make disciples of all the nations and teach them to obey my commands. So teach us. Quit making excuses and teach us. Come up here and teach us, Kelly. Well, maybe not you, Kelly, because, you know, Timothy says that you're supposed to stay quiet. Maybe not you. But you, and if you find that offensive, then take that up with your Christian brothers and sisters, because that's what it says in the Bible.
It does.
It does.
That was my biggest gripe. The whole
I bet.
my entire life, I was like, because you know I'm super opinionated. I'm loud, and all of that.
I'm sure that rubbed you the wrong way.
Yeah, I tried my whole life to be quieter and like to you know, muffle myself, whatever.
Ember being offended by Paul telling her to shut up. I wonder how well that's gonna go.
Jar.
Oh,
wait, Jar.
Sorry. Me?
Yep, Jar.
Oh, shit. You're right. My bad. Okay, be right back. Motherfucker. All right, be right back. It's for a good cause. Oh, by the way, yeah. You can explain why you keep saying jar to those who don't know. But I got to go get the jar. I'll be right back.
Okay. So we have a jar. that Trust has to put coins into every time he says something that is patriarchal or is like not quite as deconstructed, right? So if he misgenders me or misgenders anybody, then he has to put a coin in the jar. If he, says anything accidentally sexist, he has to put a coin in the jar. So last time he had to put 4 coins in the jar. It's accidental. I don't get mad about accidental misgendering, but every time, and he has said he wants me to, every time he misgenders me, he's got to put a coin in the jar. So yes, W accountability. I love it. I think it's fantastic. I think it was Aaliyah the Godless. I think she's in here, but driving.
That's a really good idea. I should start doing that for myself and then take the money and donate it to something.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, I'm in a quandary here. So I'm in a quandary because.
Wait, are you on camera or are you not on camera?
Oh, no, I turned it off. So,
okay. I was like,
so you don't see the wizard behind the curtain. So, no, I'm in a quandary because, while the jar is like a good cause, but my whole point is to not contribute to the fucking jar, right? Because I want to be like in the right place, right? But the problem is, so I'm like, okay, I'm not going to get any dollar bills because I don't want to contribute to the jar because I want to be in the deconstruction place. But the problem is I don't have any dollars to commit to the jar, so I have to go scrounge for quarters and stuff. So anyway, there's another dollar in the jar. So it's a quandary, yeah. So I just, so it's either that or, but then again, if I fully embrace not being deconstructed, like if I just say whatever the fuck I want, then I'm going to piss people off. So it's like, so it's like, it's a quandary. It's a struggle. Struggle is real. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to really commit, you can go to the bank and you can get a roll of quarters or a roll of dimes.
I'm just going to have to do that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
We need usually I say no caps, Poke, but this is possible. We need an X days since TBV is added to the jar counter.
Oh, do I have to make that video? Day 1 of not contributing to the jar. Day 1 of not contributing to the jar. Yeah.
I might make a section. We just got like a big dry erase calendar for our house to kind of keep everything in order. So I might make a trust section, a TBV section of how many days.
It's like the safety. It's like the number of days that no work accidents. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
X days since Trust has contributed to patriarchy jar.
Yeah, the patriarchy jar. And just by the way, when this jar fills up, it's gonna get donated to charity. So yeah, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. But then again, I don't want to piss off all my friends on the other side of it. So. It's like a double-edged sword, triple-edged sword, I guess, Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's anything related to the patriarchy, by the way. So not just dead naming and misgendering and, racism and all that's like if I say Jesus loves you or I'll pray for you to somebody or something like that. Yeah. Anything related to the patriarchy. So,
oh man, I hope you never say that.
No, I hope I never do either.
I wouldn't be your co-host.
Right? Right? You would be like,
bye.
Fuck this guy. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm trying like real hard to not be like, one of those old people that just goes way down like the megasphere and, and just is like, pissed at kids stepping on my lawn and shit. Yeah, I don't want to be one of those. I don't want to be one of those. Yeah. Yeah.
Jezebel won't judge you.
Oh, thank you, Jezebel. Appreciate that. We appreciate
She's getting so big.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. But see, that's how deep ingrained the patriarchy is because like I didn't even realize what I had said until you kept saying you said jar like 3 times. I'm like, fuck, that's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So
it happens.
Mm-hmm. It happens. So thank you for your understanding.
What? Yeah. You mean you're human?
clutches pearls.
How dare you?
Right?
Oh my God.
Clutches pearls. So yeah. I totally understand you having an issue with Paul telling you to shut the fuck up. On many levels, right?
I found myself doing all sorts of gymnastics to get around it, right? And like the whole like women will be saved through childbirth. Like how else can you take that? But people were giving all these different interpretations so that they didn't have to say, no, this is actually exactly what it says, and why are we trying to argue ourselves like our way around it?
Right.
So that was one of the first things to go, was all of the Pauline stuff for me. Like everything that Paul said, I was like, I originally loved him when I was a Christian, when I was deep in the indoctrination, thought he was like the greatest. And then as my deconstruction and my questions became more and more, it was like everything Paul said, I was just, he is a misogynistic asshole. Right. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. What an ass. Okay, well, since somebody asked, let's we'll do a little bit of atheist Bible study. How about that? Since somebody asked, I saw somebody ask in the comments, what did he even say? So let's roll the tape. How about that? So we'll bring these passages up. Okay, here's one. And we'll turn this on. Okay, Bible Gateway. All right. So this is 1 Corinthians 14:34 through 35. Women should be silent in churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but should be subordinate, as the law also says. If there's something they want to learn, let them ask their husbands at home. That's so bad. Oh, jeez. Or it is shameful for a woman to speak in church. Like, so what were some of the pretzel twisting you got yourself into to justify this, Ember?
Oh my goodness. That it was for a specific time, that the women they weren't listening and they were over talking, and so Paul was just like, enough.
So misogynistic.
Yeah.
It's just so bad.
It's just, I love like the people that I know that are like women pastors, queer pastors, all of that. But it's passages like this that I don't know how they can justify that.
How is it possible?
Talk their way around it.
Yeah. How is it possible that you're good with this? Yeah. I think I got
it's like 1 Timothy 2:11.
It's 2, not 20. 2.
Yeah.
I had a 0 in there. Okay. That's what it is. Yeah, 11 through 12. Okay. Yeah, let a woman learn in silence this is so bad. I can't. Oh my God. It's just hard to read. Like the more I see this, the harder it is to read. It is so bad.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Wait, which one is this one? Because I need to tab this.
This is 1 Timothy chapter 2, verses 11 and 12. Hi, Crystal. Hello, friend.
How are you?
We're doing great. We were just doing a little bit of atheist Bible study since no ops are requesting up.
I heard. I love the topic. It's one of my favorite
I was gonna say
topics.
that, like, I was gonna say it makes so much sense that you requested up, Crystal.
I know. It's like, man, like what you? Yeah, it's actually. Well, I've had a lot of people up here, so you might not have had a chance to come up sooner. But yeah, this is like made perfectly for you. So,
recently I read a verse that really made me look at the entire Bible with new. I mean, it actually just reinforced everything I already felt now. Like if you haven't read Genesis 46:26, to me it tells women exactly where we stand in this Bible. And
46:26. I think I know which one you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah.
So if you notice, what we're counting all the persons belonging to Jacob who came into Egypt and who were his offspring, not including the wives of his sons, not including the women. You are not counted. Not only are you not counted, we're going to mention you, and then we're going to subtract you.
Yeah, like going out of your way.
We're right. I'm going to point out that you exist, and then I'm going to point out the fact that I am not counting you as a person. As a person. Wow. And now as people like to apologize for it, they say, well, they weren't the offspring of Jacob. But that's not true either, because in Midrash and in many other extra biblical teachings, those women actually are from the same tribes, and so forth. So that can't be why. Nope. It is just literally telling women, you don't count. You don't count.
Yeah, you don't count. And we're going to go our way, like it's like fuck you in particular. We're going to go out of our way to say fuck you. It's just terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, this is what you were saying, Ember. For Adam formed first, then this just going back to 1 Timothy 2. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, provided they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. Wow. And it's conditional on top of that. So women will be saved through childbearing on the condition, because that's what provided means, they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. So if none of those things happen, then a woman isn't saved through childbearing. And this could be completely out of their control. Like, have nothing to do with them.
A lot of people make the interpretation that it's Eve who was saved through childbearing, but the difference in the I don't remember Greek nearly well enough, but if you look at the if you could scroll up a little bit, if you look at the woman was deceived, or if you could go on that whole
oh yeah, if I can make it visible.
There we go. The whole section. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says the woman was deceived and became, so that's past tense. And then it says, yet she will be saved.
Yes.
So this is talking about women in the future tense.
Women in general. And it says provided here. Yeah.
Exactly. Provided and provided they continue in faith and love.
Exactly.
Holiness and holiness with self-control.
Right.
Which is just wild. Like, do men have to have self-control? No.
Yeah. And Elizabeth, women who can't have kids, yeah, that's a great point.
Exactly. There's so many different factors.
Exactly. Oh, we got some guests up. Okay. We got some guests who are coming in. Right on. Okay. So if you're in the guest queue, please remember you have to be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran. And also please have evidence that God loves women and children. All right. So we were just doing a bit of atheist Bible study, but we have some people coming up. So let's take our next guest. How's it going?
Going well. How about you all?
Doing well. Thanks for coming up. These are my friends. We have Ember, Reckless Religion, and Critically Crystal J. So thanks for coming up. All right.
No
how
problem.
old are you? Yeah. How old are you?
24.
24. All right. Which, and what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
All right. What's your best evidence that this God loves women and children?
The fact that he condemns the people of Israel for sacrificing their children to him. Or not to him, but to other pagan gods.
Okay. Sacrificing. Yeah. So you're saying when he condemns them for sacrificing children to pagan gods, that
Correct.
demonstrates that he loves women and children.
Yes.
Is that what I heard? Okay. How so?
Well, because, he says, I forget, I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he says, you all, sacrifice your children in the fire to Baal, which I commanded, nor did it ever come into my mind, showing just that, he never intended for, people to, kill their children and to give them to gods. Like, he intended for children to, be loved by their parents, to honor their parents, and to grow up and be followers of him themselves.
I see. And okay. And so does this apply like across the board in terms of like God never asked his people to sacrifice children or anything like that?
Well, like, what do you mean by across the board? Like,
yeah, was this like a consistent thing with God? Like he wasn't saying, "Hey, don't do this," but then on the backside saying, "Well, actually, you should do this."
yeah, no,
Something to that
no,
effect.
this is consistent because we see the first evidence of him not even necessarily accepting child sacrifice with Isaac. And so from that moment, they should have already understood that God doesn't want to have your sons as a literal sacrifice. He will provide that.
Yeah. Now, does this apply to all children or just certain children?
Well, I mean, God doesn't want anyone being sacrificed because, he's not a God that requires that or requires the sacrifice of humans. So so he wouldn't want anyone's child being burned for, a sacrifice to a God because,
Okay.
yeah.
Now, this is strictly for a sacrifice to a god, but what about just the killing of children in general?
I mean, he's ordained it and he's allowed it a couple of times, and his reasoning being that he doesn't want his people to adopt essentially the cultures of the surrounding nations. And we see that with the evidence of them sacrificing their children, like that was a pagan custom. That was not a custom given by God. And so the purpose to eliminate a group of people was to prevent them adopting cultures that led to their own sins, which would have led God to then judging them for them.
Okay. So what you're saying then, if I'm hearing you right, in certain circumstances, it's okay for God to kill children and or God command the killing of children. In some circumstances, it's okay.
Well, yes, because God does it as a judgment to the people committing sins in that land. So like when he sends Babylon to the people of Israel as a result of their, killing their own children, like that is just a just punishment for their sins. Like I see it as how there are plenty of verses where God says he repays the person the things that they've done, right? And so if God is telling his people to kill the children, what I would take that to be is that the nation that they are going to already were practicing those things.
Okay. So to punish Babylon for the things they were doing to their killing their children.
No, not Babylon. So the example I'm giving is in Jeremiah. In Jeremiah, God is speaking through Jeremiah the prophet, and he's telling Israel that. So Israel, the people of Israel, his own nation, were the ones sacrificing their
Jeremiah
children.
19:5, right? That's what you're talking about?
Well, there's 3 different instances where God tells them that they were doing this and he didn't permit it. But what I'm saying is that, so there are instances where God will allow the killing of children, but how I understand scripture to be is that those children who have committed and known no sin do not spend eternity apart from God. They are, through their suffering shown and seen in this life, I believe that they are joined in eternity with God.
Yeah. What's worse, sacrificing your child or eating your child?
I mean, both are pretty bad to me.
Yeah, they're both pretty bad. So, which would you say they're equally bad, or is one worse than the other?
I would say they're equally bad.
They're equally bad. So if God is threatening or commanding his people to eat children or saying they will, you would say that's pretty bad?
I mean, yeah, it's pretty extreme.
Yeah. Okay. So why would God threaten that?
Where does he threaten it?
Well, we can go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 53, Leviticus 26, verse 29. Yeah, let's go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 53. Let me pull that one up first. Yeah, here we go. Let me fix that, everybody. Just make sure it looks good. Okay, yeah. Can you see that right above my head?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you. This is God talking to his people. And this is, I mean, it goes on because he's pretty upset with them at this point. And so he threatens a lot of things. But is this loving for God to threaten that?
I mean, you take that as a threat. How I take it to mean to be is he's just telling them how the events will take place. So when the siege happens and, after it's been going on for who knows how long, they will be pushed so far back into the wall that they will have to, that will
They'll have
end up being
no choice. And
right.
why did they enter the siege in the first place?
Well, because of the sins and things that they are doing.
Right. So they disobeyed God. So as a result, he's punishing them with a siege. And in that siege, they're going to eat their children, right? And, because it goes on, because these are just threats, right? Because it goes on, like if you read, because we're talking about context here, right? So like if you look at like 58, if you do not diligently observe all the words of this law that are written in this book, fearing this glorious and awesome name, well, that's a flex, the Lord your God, the Lord will overwhelm both you and your offspring with severe and lasting afflictions and grievous and lasting maladies. So, so it says here, and then it says in 63, and just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So how is that loving?
Well, because, I mean, love is just, if you ask me. Like, a parent is a good parent if he properly disciplines his child. So this is how it's extreme, but when you think about how the world is, like if you take people like the people doing what Epstein is doing, do you think just a slap on the wrist 10-year sentence is going to really change the behavior of the things that they're doing?
Oh,
no.
without a doubt, no. But
right.
what I'm trying to understand though, it says here that the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So he's going to be happy and over the moon that he's going to be ruining and killing people. He's going to be happy about this. So I'm trying to understand, like you're saying that it's loving for God to be happy that he's killing his own people.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's loving that he takes delight in it, but
I agree.
I mean, I would say that it's just. I feel like his love extends pretty far, but
love and just are two different things, right? Yeah.
Right,
so
I'm
trying to understand why this is loving, God taking delight in.
Well, I'm not saying it's loving, but once you get to a point where you've kind of extended God's grace, you get the hand that is the wrath and the judgment and all these things.
Okay. Well, I hear the explanation, but you agree this is not loving.
I mean, justice isn't loving, it's justice.
Right. But taking delight is justice. So when people are handing out justice, we should be happy about that. We should be delighted to do that.
Yes, I smiled when the man who shot and killed my cousin got life in prison.
Okay.
So,
and that was delightful to you?
That he got life in prison
but that's also not the same thing.
Yes,
right.
Not quite the same thing.
That is not harm to to his person. That is not unaliving him. That is him going to prison.
Yeah,
they're not the same thing.
Right, but if we're talking about just justice as the principle, then it is the same thing.
Right. So
also, it's not the same because we're his children, and so for me, reprimanding or doing anything with my children is to help them learn something and not just to seek revenge. And that seems to be all this God wants to do.
Yeah.
Well, I would disagree because yes, the people at that moment are, experiencing the affliction, but God is looking past that and recognizing that the things that they're going through are going to be written about and can be used to instruct the people later on, that come after them.
So
can I share? There's a verse in Deuteronomy where it says that the Lord brought you through all these trials and everything in the wilderness to humble you and to test you and to, to see where your heart is, but he says that as a father disciplines his son, so the Lord your God disciplines you.
Okay, so as a father disciplines his son, so if I'm hearing what you're saying, it would be appropriate for your parent to be delighted to ruin and destroy you if you disobey them. That would be just fine with you.
If, like I said,
but if they kill you, you're good with that. You're okay with that.
Who, my parents? Well, my parents don't have the authority to do that.
Well, it says, just like the passage you read, just like a father disciplines his son, the Lord your God will discipline you. So if it comes to taking delight, so if they enjoy punishing you, if they enjoy disciplining you, you're saying that's okay.
What verse is that? Or what verse and chapter is that? Because I want to read it.
Deuteronomy 28, verse 63. The issue is not so much the discipline, which I still have a problem with that. The issue I'm really honing in on is taking delight. Like I'm going to enjoy fucking you up. That's what God is saying. I'm going to enjoy that. I'm going to get off on that.
And I like it, and I understand why you're like the hardness on it. It is an interesting and very I mean, it's a verse that takes some, you got to sit on it for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're saying then that likewise, it's okay for your parents to do that to you, to enjoy ruining you, destroying you. It would be similar to that.
I would say if it truly depends on where their heart is. Okay. Because can we look up the Hebrew definition for delight?
Yeah, it's not going to help you because we're looking at the NRSV UE.
And my ESV says it the same thing. So I just want to know what is the Hebrew definition of delight? Because our English definition, we understand it to be a certain connotation. So I just want to see.
Let's see what we can come up with. I'm gonna have to let me poke around a little bit and find a place. Hey guys, I know Crystal. Yeah, you've been doing like the Hebrew studies. What does Rab and Hannah use like for online translations for Hebrew? I forget. Justin mentioned it too. You remember?
I cannot remember the name of the one that she uses, but usually you can just look at, I think, Blue Letter Bible.
Blue Letter,
and the
that's
other
it.
Put in, is that the one? Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking. There was one other one, and I can't remember it, but Blue Letter will work.
But she also used another one too, but I can't remember. Bible Hub, Blue Letter, those are both really good.
Okay, we'll go to Blue Letter. Yeah, we'll go to Blue Letter because, yeah, I hear what you're saying, guest. Deuteronomy 28, verse 63. Okay, here, I'll bring my screen back on. And so now we're hunting and pecking for it. Okay. So let me go find it. Click on tools. There it is. Okay. 28:63. And it shall come to pass that as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy. So rejoice. That's even worse. So the Hebrew word is actually rejoice.
And what does rejoice mean?
Rejoice means to celebrate.
Celebrate.
So, yeah.
So the Lord will celebrate. Okay.
Yeah.
I see. I think I kind of understand what it's saying is that as the Lord rejoiced in building them up because they were doing the things that they were doing, he will, I guess, take pleasure in sending them just judgments because they did the opposite.
Yeah. Like rejoicing would be like what you would do to celebrate somebody's birthday. You would rejoice somebody's birthday. Think of it like that. You rejoice on Christmas, getting presents.
Well,
you feel me?
But I will.
So that means
also,
it's going to be like Christmas for God. That's what this is saying.
So there are instances in the scripture where it will be like when a nation is overthrown, the people will rejoice because that evil nation.
Yeah, it's a celebration.
Overthrown.
Yeah, it's a celebration.
And so So it could be kind of like something similar to that instance where like there is a nation that is committing evil and God takes pleasure in stopping the evil of that nation.
Yeah, that's to me that's worse because these are his chosen people. That's the whole point. So that's why it's
Right.
equivalent to like what Crystal was saying earlier, you know, like the rejoicing over the destruction of your children, like dancing
Right,
on their
but
graves. That's essentially what this is talking about. And
yeah,
I'm
but
trying to understand how that's loving.
yeah, because the difference is that while Israel is God's chosen people, he shows no partiality. And I actually appreciate the fact that God does that, because if he were to be showing them
That's a
favoritism, then
contradiction.
that, right. And so if
Having favorite people is being partial. You can't
no,
be
but
impartial and having favorite people at the same. You can't. That's a
no,
contradiction. Can't be
so
both.
it's not a favorite, it's just a chosen. So like he chose Abraham, and because of the covenant that he made with Abraham, he remains faithful to it.
Yeah,
That's like there,
he
because
remains faithful.
right, because he even early in
Not seeing how you get that out of the passage.
well, maybe not this one, but earlier in Deuteronomy when he says that like I'm giving you these lands, it's not because of your righteousness, but the unrighteousness of the lands around you.
Mm-hmm.
Like he clearly isn't pleased with the sins of the people, but it's simply because of the covenant, and he remains faithful to that covenant that he remains with them.
Well, he could still give them lands, like, because that's basically like me saying I'm going to give my kids things. Yet that's like me saying I'm going to give them presents, but if they act out of line, I'm gonna destroy them. I'm gonna absolutely destroy them. That's essentially that's the same thing. And
I mean, but like
if I said that to somebody, that people would look at me sideways.
Right, but if you take a kid's toys away, then they will feel destroyed.
Well,
so like destroyed,
not feel destroyed,
so like,
but they're not actually destroyed.
no, I mean, right, but they will feel destroyed. So like,
yeah,
destroy
but this is saying literally destroyed. That's
right,
what this
but
says.
does he? But does he actually destroy them? No, like they.
Well, he threatens to.
I would say unaliving them is destroying them.
Yeah,
right. But again, so God does not completely wipe them out. He some will die as a result of their sin. Sin equals death, period. So everyone will die, but because of the sins that some of them are committing, some of them die a little bit sooner. But God does not completely destroy them. He remains faithful to them as a people. The people are not just a handful. The people are the nation in totality.
Okay. And then when in the Old Testament, when David disobeyed God and God sent a pestilence that killed 70,000 people, that's okay. Because it didn't destroy everybody. It didn't wipe everybody out, but it only took out 70,000 of them.
I mean,
that's okay.
I don't understand how the census was a sin. So I can't.
Well, he just disobeyed God. Because God told him not to do the census, and he did it anyway.
Right, but
it's just for simply disobeying God, just saying I'm gonna do it anyway, and then he actually gave David a choice, right? He gave him, okay, what's your pleasure? Do you want a pestilence? What were the other choices, folks? I can't remember but they were all equally bad, and then God basically said, just send a pestilence. And he did that. He sent a pestilence, killed 70,000 people.
Yeah, I mean,
we're cool with that? We're good?
I mean, I don't know the individuality of each person, but like I said, each person sinned and everyone is deserving of death if you have sinned. And so the pestilence, like, it's a pestilence, like some people will die. Like, I'm not saying that that's kind of, you have to kind of understand it from the standpoint of like sin equals death. Everyone will die. Like when that happens,
David sinned and he didn't die.
Not immediately, but he died eventually.
Well, yeah, but he didn't die on the spot.
But that was because of Adam and Eve's sin.
Yeah, Adam and Eve sinned and they didn't die. So that's not it's not always the case. Yeah. It's not consistent.
It's right. Well,
it's arbitrary.
His child unalived.
Wiping out these 70,000 people have nothing to do with their sin. You're just trying to pin that on as the reason. He says why he did it. He did it for that reason. Those were innocent people and he did not care. And the fact that you're willing to throw away your humanity so easily is so sad to me. Like literally they're quoting Lord Quafa at you in the
Farquaad
chat
Shrek.
because, yeah, Farquaad, whatever his name is,
Yeah.
they're quoting him because of what you're saying. It's ridiculous. These are humans, if you're to believe this story, and they died for nothing. They didn't do anything wrong, and it's easy for you to throw them away because you're disassociating yourself from them. But what if it was your brother? What if it was your father? What if it was your friend who just all of a sudden is dead because of something somebody else did? I'm sorry, I don't know.
No. I think I liked. I'm with a pissed off Marcionite. I like Quafad much better. We're just gonna that's new chat thing in this live. We're just gonna call him Lord Quafad. I'm so sorry to interrupt, Crystal. That was just really funny.
That's hilarious.
Oh man, I'm sorry. Keep going, please. Continue.
I'm just saying that it makes me sad because you're literally throwing your humanity out the window with the things you're saying. You're saying it doesn't matter. People are going to die. Oh, well, they bit the bullet, whatever. I don't know. I think that's sad. You shouldn't.
Their lives don't matter.
These were innocent. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is that like it's the reality that everyone dies. So like that is a reality. But what I'm saying is that those 70,000 people died. Yes. The pestilence was not a quote unquote good thing that happened. It was something that followed after a wrong that was committed.
Right.
So,
by whom though? By the people, by the 70,000, or by David? Who committed the wrong?
The wrong was committed by David. But
Okay.
as the king, the nation follows him.
Got it. So let me ask you a question, because you had mentioned earlier that
Can we also speak about the immense amount of times that God has shown mercy in the Bible?
Okay, so yeah, we can talk about that. So if I'm hearing you right, so let's just grant you that God did all of these merciful things, these merciful and wonderful things. All right, let's just grant that. I agree. Now, you also agree that God committed genocides. He commanded genocides. He commanded child trafficking and allowed slavery, and also sent a pestilence that killed 70,000 people. That all is true as well, right?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
actually, I backtrack. I disagree with kind of the trafficking stuff and
You
slavery,
disagree with the trafficking?
and the slavery, yes.
What is child trafficking? How do we define that?
I mean, if you kidnap a child and, sell them into some form of slavery. Yeah,
selling a child into slavery. That's what trafficking is, right? Maybe not the kidnapping part, but the selling him into slavery, definitely. Well, I mean,
how would you do that without kidnapping them?
Well, let's look at Numbers 31. I mean, we can start with that. So Numbers 31. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. So all the young girls would be children. Yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I don't.
5-year-old's a young girl, right?
Well, it's a child. Wouldn't call
a young
it
girl.
5-year-old.
5-year-old's a young girl.
But young girl could also mean just a virgin.
Yeah,
no,
could be.
It doesn't.
It could be. It doesn't in this, but it could be. And also, historically and culturally, at what age did Israelite girls tend to get married at?
Like 14 or something.
14, maybe sometimes, a lot of times younger, right?
Right,
and
but that was just more of like a practice of the region, not necessarily an Israelite practice.
Is 14 a child?
Yes.
Okay, so young girls, children, but in this case, it's young girls. So because it says kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him. So are they going to kill, if they see a 3-year-old little girl, are they going to kill that girl?
No.
Okay. What are the odds that she's virgin?
I would pray pretty high.
Pretty high. So she qualifies as a young girl who have not known a man by sleeping with him, right? A 3-year-old little girl, 5-year-old little girl, right? Same. So young girls includes a 3-year-old little girl, a 5-year-old little girl. Agree?
I will concede this, yes.
Okay, fantastic. So we also have if we move on to Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Let's go there. As for the male and female slaves. Oh, you have a verse too? You want to do yours first? Because I'm familiar with this one. I like doing new ones.
Okay. Exodus 21:7. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. You don't need to kidnap anybody or do anything like that. You just need to give birth to a girl.
Yeah. But you wouldn't count this as trafficking, right? You said the requirement is to kidnap them?
No, I don't. I wouldn't count that as trafficking.
Okay.
It's trafficking. If I sell my daughter tomorrow, you're not going to call the trafficking enforcement line on me. You're not going to call somebody and say Crystal just trafficked her daughter.
Well, so we live in different times, so I think we have to take that into account.
No, it does not matter.
No,
that word always meant.
Yeah.
It is still trafficking. You can't special plead. Do not special plead this. Selling your children is trafficking. Yes, you are. That's what you're doing by saying it was a different time, so it wasn't trafficking. Just because it was commonplace doesn't change what it was.
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely by today's standards, it would be considered child trafficking. And also consider that if your God is unchanging, if your God is the same yesterday, today, tomorrow, and never changes, then this would be considered trafficking back then, according to God. If it's considered trafficking today, it's considered trafficking then as well.
Well,
why else would it change?
Well, that's not what it means when it says God is never changing. These are human laws and human definitions that
Just
we have.
reading what it says. Yeah, I mean, never changing. Right?
But how you're using it isn't applicable to this instance.
Okay, so does God change his mind ever?
Plenty of times.
Plenty of times. Okay. So was killing the same to God 4,000 years ago as it is today? Is there any difference?
No, it's the same.
Okay. So how is this different 4,000 years ago versus today? Is it because there's a distinct difference or you just don't like it?
I mean, the distinct difference is that one is a cultural practice where this involves
seeing how that matters.
It's not a cultural practice today. Like it's not commonplace. It's not something that is ingrained in our society. Then
killing was a cultural practice back then. Killing is not a cultural practice today. You'd agree,
killing
right?
has never. I mean, in cultural practice, what do you mean in terms of like them like with stoning and stuff like that?
Genociding people. Genociding people.
Those were wars.
Okay. And people being stoned to death. That's a cultural practice. Yeah, it's a cultural practice. It's part of the culture, right? It's a cultural practice.
Right.
There you go. It's a cultural practice. So killing was a cultural practice then. We don't stone people to death now, right? We don't do that now as a punishment.
We will inject them in some states.
In some states, yet it's not widespread, right? But we don't do vigilante justice. We don't gather the villagers and then stone people to death. We don't do that anymore.
Well, that's not what took place.
So it's not a cultural practice.
Well, no, back then, it was literally like you were judged for doing a crime and then you were stoned for that crime.
Yeah. You were judged for doing a crime and you were stoned to death. Right, we don't stone girls to death for not being virgins anymore, right? We don't do that anymore. That's a cultural practice. It was a cultural practice.
But we do capital punishment in some places.
Not for girls being virgins. Not for girls no longer being virgins. Excuse me.
I mean, yeah. So so
that's a cultural practice. Yeah. So there's just areas where we just don't kill people as a cultural practice, right? Same thing here. We don't sell our daughters anymore as a cultural practice. But then to call it, well, it's not really trafficking. I don't know. It does seem like a special pleading here. Not really seeing a difference.
Honestly, if that's what you want to call it, then that's what you want to call it. It's just that it is a distinct difference between the two. Like that, and it's that simple.
What's the symmetry breaker?
Yeah, what is a symmetry breaker? Great question.
Well, when I look up trafficking, it says that it is for this intended purpose to use a child for sexual acts. This is literally
that would be specific sex trafficking. But if you just look up trafficking or human trafficking.
Human trafficking.
But excuse me, The one I brought up, that's exactly what
That's
fathers sold
that's
their
what
daughters
this was for. Yeah, exactly. This is
Yeah,
for
that too.
concubines.
Like,
Yeah.
and
Right,
even
but
if it wasn't for that, like this, either way, it's trafficking.
Yeah.
okay, well,
Does
the
anyone have
major
Rabbi
difference,
Hana's bat signal?
but the
We might
major
have to bring in
difference,
Rabbi Hana for this.
but
Go
again,
ahead,
so
guest. Sorry.
the symmetry breaker is the fact that one, when this occurs, like we can just talk about how this occurs because it's probably a family who is very poor, and so they sell their daughter into slavery. That slave then becomes a part of that master's house, and then eventually can become a part of that family, depending on if they're Hebrew or not.
Mm-hmm.
And so that is how that works. The difference between how trafficking works now is that you kidnap a child.
No, that's not true.
Not always.
That is
Okay,
not
well, okay,
true.
well,
Parents
not
can trap. That
always,
is
not all.
what
We
is your
have
evidence? What is your justification for
yeah.
that?
And
Where did you
yeah.
get that?
The percentage that the
No,
percentages for
Where did you get
kids.
that? Not a percentage. Where did you get that they have to be kidnapped?
Oh, well, I mean, you're right, correct. I did not read that anywhere, but how I, understand trafficking to be, you are taking a child against their will and sending them
What
to
we are
God
telling you,
knows
yeah,
where.
against their will.
Against their will.
Parents selling their children is not because the children are like, yeah, like sell me to someone else. They're not,
Yeah.
they're not giving their permission to their parents to sell
Right,
them.
but
Like, of
how
course it's
often,
going to be
but
against their
how,
will. So that's trafficking. If they are sold for any reason, they are trafficked.
Go
okay,
ahead and keep
but
talking. I'm going to start the poll. Go ahead, everybody.
but there is again the difference being the fact that in that society and that culture, how we view trafficking today is not what they view this to be. It's like
But
black and
that
white.
doesn't change the actual morality of it.
But so what I'm saying is that the morality is simply that, well, first of all, God gives a set of laws for how to treat a slave. So that woman should not be abused or any of these things because God
That's not what
explicit
it says.
That's
God
not
He
what it
doesn't
says.
say
It
you
says
can't
that she will
abuse.
shave her head, mourn her family for a month. Like this is the thing, is that these women who were taken as sex slaves were not treated well. The whole idea that women would have been treated well, that's a cope. That's a cope, and it is a apology for your God that did not give a single solitary fuck
But what
about
does the
how
law
women were
say?
treated.
But what does the law say how to treat women?
Very
It
poorly.
does
Like,
not say to treat them with respect. They can literally be sold as sex slaves.
you could
That's
It
what the
actually
also,
law.
counts
That's
that
how the
women
law
are
talked
but
about treating women.
women are treated as property. They are listed as property in the Ten Commandments. They are not humans. They are your property. That's the whole thing about women. But you also keep making claims and you
but
don't
males
back
are
up any
also
of your
slaves
claims. I'm sorry, I
too.
was still talking, please. You said something about most children are not trafficked by their parents. Do you know
I never said that.
okay. You said not that most children are trafficked by being kidnapped.
Yes, that is what I said. I did not say the first date.
So then most children are not trafficked by their parents. They're trafficked by being kidnapped. If you're saying most children are trafficked by kidnapping,
I mean, when you see those alerts, I forget what they're called. A
Amber
child
Alerts?
is been
Mhm.
yeah, like sometimes it is a family member that's kidnapped them. It doesn't
most
necessarily have to be a
actually
stranger.
at least up to 50% of trafficked children are trafficked by their parents, and most abuse happens by somebody within your
Within the
inner
family.
circle, your
Yeah.
family.
Right, but
So what I want to say is please stop saying things that are just not true. You're giving very poor misinformation, and it's
Yeah.
not okay.
so
All right.
because someone is a parent, they can't
Last
kidnap
word,
their
Dave.
children. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what we're saying.
No,
Yeah, we
that
did
was
say
not
that.
the message at all.
Well, hang on.
But
We're gonna answer your question off the air because they voted to move on to another guest. But we appreciate you coming
that's
up, Dave.
understandable. Y'all
Okay.
have a blessed one. Have a
All
good
right.
day.
Have a good day. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, finish what you're saying because statistics don't bear out what he was saying.
Yeah. No, it is. I encourage you, David, to go and actually do research, because it was very clear that you were just kind of pulling everything out of a certain nether region. And you weren't actually backing anything up, right? You had to concede multiple times to the definitions that we had that were actually the case, because you didn't actually know what you were talking about. The Bible treats women, Crystal was completely correct. Alliteration. That the Bible does treat women as property, and they're literally talked about as being sold as sex slaves. You can't hear me? Oh, that's so odd. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to hear me.
Who can't hear you?
Marsha is saying they can't hear me. Can y'all hear me?
Can everybody hear Ember? That's weird.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear Ember.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Weird.
That was confusing.
Yeah, that was weird. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
But yeah, so no, I lost my train of thought. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. Oh, goodness gracious. And my pronouns are they, them, y'all. I might have been covering up my microphone. I apologize.
We could hear you. You were saying
we could hear you.
First you were saying I was right, which I loved.
You're like, say it again.
The women
Crystal
are treated
was
as
correct.
property.
Yes.
That's right, you did that.
Yes. Yeah, Crystal was totally correct. And the Bible, even in the New Testament with Jesus, he calls a woman a dog. It does not look on women well, or with any kind of equal eye at all.
Hi, Nicholas. Did you request up? Or did you mean to? Another friend who accidentally requested up, and the reason why is I know and the reason why it's no problem, Nick. But see, the thing is that now we just bring you up and then we give you coins. Yep. So because we know you're tapping the screen to say to share and all that stuff. So it's wholesome. It's not a problem.
It's your live and Jaren's live. Just you two. I don't know what it is about your guys' lives, but it's just the two of you that I seem to do this.
Yeah, you just have a burning desire to come up, Nick. I mean, that's awesome.
I just want to talk to y'all, I guess, subconsciously or something.
That's
I don't
okay.
know.
Well, we love talking to you. So, thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
Okay, you guys have a good one.
All right. See ya. I don't. Nicholas does that from time to time. He'll just request up, and I was hoping that it would go the same way as when it went with Rock Easy earlier, that we just give Nick some coins and stuff, but Nick noticed too fast, so.
Yeah, he got away too quickly.
Yeah, he got away too fast. Yeah, he's like, he realized it too fast. So yeah, we want the totally clueless ones. Like the best one was Hammy falling asleep. That was great. Although Hammy didn't actually request it, but Hammy fell asleep on the live. That was great. Who else? There was somebody else. Oh,
yeah,
Peg.
that one was really good.
That was cool. And Peg, the patriarch.
Peg's was the best.
That
Peg
was the best.
Was up for a super long time.
Yeah, and had no idea they were up here. That was great. Yeah. So I think we got Peg. I want to say we got Peg at least like 500 coins that day too.
I think they got over 1,000. I think somebody gifted them. Yeah, I think they had like 1 point something thousand, and even like 2 point something thousand. Like it was a high number. I just remember that it was over 1,000.
I remember it being ridiculously crazy. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, that was cool. That was fun times. So Peg was in the thousands. Okay, thanks for correcting me. So yeah, so I mean I live for stuff like that when a friendly comes up accidentally, and then we just gift them. We just gift the shit out of them. I love that.
It's very fun.
Yeah, it's very fun. Okay, let's bring up another guest. But great work, guys. That was really good. At the end there, I was a bit concerned about the misinformation that was being spit out.
Yes, absolutely.
I agree with that. So, all right, next guest. Bo is your daddy. How's it going?
What's up, y'all?
All right, how old are you?
19.
All right, and what pronouns do you prefer?
He, him.
Fantastic. All right. Which God do you believe in?
Christian.
Okay. What's your best evidence that God loves women and children?
Yeah, I mean, I just hold to the fact that he's all loving. I heard you talking a lot about like immoral things. Can I just ask what your definition of evil would be?
Whatever the dictionary definition is. So whatever that is.
All right. And would you say like you hold to some kind of moral realism, and if so, under what scope?
Yep.
Yeah. How would you
based on the principle of generic consistory? So let's go back to what you were saying, that you just hold that God is all loving. What's your evidence for that?
Yeah, I mean, I just say like under like the Bible or like any kind of Abrahamic God, and just being supported that he's like an all perfect being, and an all perfect being has like the quality of all loving.
Okay.
Can I ask like what your justification is for your objective morality?
We got a fill, bro. Hang on. Let me set the timer to 5 minutes.
A fill, bro. Y'all
5 minutes. They don't even get 15 anymore. That's hilarious.
You get 5. Yeah.
I get 5 minutes. This is just. I just want to know what like your justification is for your objective morality.
Go in circles.
Yeah,
not
interested in doing the merry-go-round.
It's not that Phil Bros go in circles, bro. If y'all think that, y'all just can't keep up. I mean, there's nothing
we can't keep up. No, all right, we can't keep up. Let's just do this. Let's just say I don't have a justification. I have no justification. I got no idea why things are wrong or right. So what now? What ought I do now?
Yeah, well then, I mean, you just be relying on internal critiques to contradict like a moral objectivity.
Sure. Okay.
So you wouldn't have like any rational justification.
I have no rational justification.
Evil outside the mind.
Okay. So what do I do now to be a good Christian? What do I do?
What do you do to become a good Christian?
Yeah. What do I do? Like, how do I become more like you? What do I do? What's the next step?
First, you got to become a Christian.
Okay. And then what?
Yeah, well then I mean you just read the Bible. You know, you learn about what's good and bad.
Okay.
Right? Whatever God says is good.
Do you become a Christian before you read the Bible?
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends.
It depends.
Why would I become a Christian before reading the Bible?
Well, you might just be born into it.
Okay. And then but then why ought I worship this God as a Christian? Why should I?
I mean, well, he's an all good, all loving God that gave us the chance for life. I mean, do you just want to take life for granted?
But why does that matter? Why should I worship him for that? Why does that matter? Who cares?
Well, I mean, yeah, he brought about life. He brought about creation. He gives you the chance to live perfectly eternally. I mean, it's a pretty easy chance, I'd say.
Okay, so what though? Why should I worship him? That doesn't
well, I mean,
really
if you don't like the sound of any of that, then you don't need to.
Well, I mean, you're supposed to do this under Matthew 28 verses. You've read Matthew 28, right? Verses 19 and 20. What does that say?
No, I can't recall it exactly.
Okay. Well, here, I'll tell you. It says, go and minister to all the nations, go make disciples of all the nations, and teach them the ways in which they obey me, to obey my commands. So I'm a non-resistant non-believer at this point. I have no justification for my morals or my logic or anything. I can't ground anything. So I'm asking you, make me a disciple.
Make you a disciple? I mean, I can't force you to become a disciple. I mean, I would encourage you.
Well, it says make disciples of all the nations. Make disciples. So make me into a disciple.
Well, yeah, I mean,
show me how to obey God.
Show you how to obey God. I mean, I just say read what's in the Bible, read what's morally good and what's morally bad, and try to do your best to make the morally good decisions.
Got it. Now, are you saying then that because according to 1 Peter 3 verse 15, it says, be prepared to give a defense for the accounting and give an accounting for all the hope that is within you. So are you saying that having this moral justification gives you hope? How does it do that?
What do you mean? How does it give me hope?
Well, that's what it says in 1 Peter 3:15. You should have hope. So I'm asking for an accounting of all the hope that's within you. So how does moral justifications give you hope?
Yeah, I mean, it just gives me hope that I'm doing the best I can, that I'm doing good things, that my God truly is all good, like he proclaims he is.
Okay. So, but people do the best they can. A lot of people do the best they can without a God. So are you saying we're not doing the best we can? That we could do better?
Yeah, I mean, you could do better.
How so?
Well,
how does God make me be morally better? What would God do? What would believing in God do right now to make me more how am I not morally better? And what's the difference? What's the symmetry breaker?
Well, would you say you think lusting is a good thing?
Lusting is a good thing. I neither think it's good nor bad. So I
But
have
you
to think
neither think it's good nor bad.
So would God? So
I mean,
would
you could
believing
you
in
could just
God?
you could just claim that it's morally gray, but I mean, I just thought like you'd have like a good or bad stance here.
Well, no. Would believing in God suddenly convince me that it's bad?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it'd show you like the error of it. You know, I mean, do you know
How
like
so?
why it would be bad?
Yeah. How so? How is it
Yeah.
bad?
Well, I mean, it can make you numb to like what true love is. You know.
It can. How?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just gives you like a really false representation of like what like a bodily or like a fleshly connection would mean, like a marital connection.
How?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're just. Like I don't know if I could say it like this, but like you're like just sleeping with as many women as you can, you know, trying to get like that physical.
Is that all you do when you lust? Is you just sleep with as many
No,
people as possible?
that's not all, but that's one of like the big issues with it. Yeah.
Right. And so, are you saying then that like in order to like procreate and have children, you're not supposed to use any type of lust whatsoever?
I mean, I would say no. You shouldn't
No?
have any lust.
No, you shouldn't have any lust whatsoever. So you can't be attracted to your partner. You
No,
shouldn't
that's
be
not what
attracted to
love
your
is.
partner.
Love is
Lust
what
is a-
true attraction is.
Lust is attraction. Yeah, it's it's
Lust is
sexual attraction.
lust.
So
Yeah,
I
it's a
shouldn't have sexual attraction to my
no.
partner.
It's a wrong physical attraction though.
It's a wrong. In what way? What's wrong?
Yeah, well, I
with-
mean-
yeah, you're just saying, well, it just leads you
Well, it
down
just-
this path,
it's
but
a-
you're
it's
just
a-
making claims. You're not.
It's
like,
just
what evidence do you have?
objectifying, you know? Yeah, well, it's objectifying when it's you say, like when you go to like a strip club and you see like the girls,
What-
you know, like throwing
well,
ass in your
that's-
face. I mean,
I don't go to
That's
strip
specific.
clubs. Yeah.
well, I'm not saying you do. I'm saying like if somebody were to go to a strip club and they're throwing ass in your face, I mean,
That's
Okay.
specifically objectification. But what is
That's specifically
what it-
objectification. Yeah.
Yeah. What is? Oh my goodness, what's the word that I am?
So, like,
do you
well,
not
let me ask
think
it
that
this way. So,
objectifying
am I-
women can lead to lust?
Am I wrong for lusting after my wife?
No,
'Cause I
'cause
have
you
a
don't
wife.
lust after your wife. Don't you love
What's
your
your
wife?
definition of lust?
How do you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, lust is
just
sexual
like,
attraction. That's what lust is. That's the definition
no,
of
that's
lust. So I'm
no,
asking.
it's not in like a biblical sense. So when I say lust, I just mean
okay.
it's
So
like
words don't mean words. So when
well, no,
when
it just be
redefine words,
the opposite
then
of
Words
lust,
mean
or it'd just
something
be the
totally
opposite of
different in
love,
the
right? So
Bible.
when you see lust and you see chastity, right, it would just be the
well,
opposite.
I'm
of
trying to
chastity.
understand. Okay, so the lust I have for my wife is what, good or bad? Is that
Why
a
would you
sin
have
or
lust
no?
for your wife? Do you not love your wife? Do you only lust her?
I didn't say that.
Because
I never
lust and
I
love
never
would be
s-
like a
no. I need you to answer
contradiction,
the. I need you to answer the question. So you're saying it's either love or lust. It can't be both.
Yeah, dude. You either love somebody or you lust somebody.
Oh,
So it's either
no,
one or the
that's
other?
Not true.
Well, why does
Yeah.
science disagree with you then?
What is science, bro? We're not
Yeah.
talking about science here.
Well,
I
no,
just
it's
say-
Yeah,
it's
like
against
the-
it goes against what we know about
Yeah,
those
sexual
topics.
attraction and love are different spots in the brain, and they are elicited by different things.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we
lust
know-
is not purely sexual attraction. Like that's not like the.
But it is.
It's
All right.
yeah, but
and
it's
the 5
sexual
minutes for
attraction with
him is
different
up.
context.
Hey, Bo's your
That's the
daddy. Your
thing.
5 minutes is up. So appreciate you coming up. Have a good one.
Wait, isn't there a kid pool?
Nope. Phil Bros get 5 minutes and then that's it.
We're your daddy now.
Yeah. So yeah, that's not what lust is. I would
No.
be. Yeah.
And you can't. Yeah, exactly. Like skeptic is like.
Kidding
love
me? You
isn't
can't
enough
be
to want to get
sexually
nasty.
attracted to your partner.
Like
You either love them or you're not attracted to.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
love does not equal sexual attraction, y'all. I don't.
Doesn't.
This is the most confusing thing,
Oh
and
my
this is what
God.
confused me as a kid. I could tell horror stories from when I was a freshman in high school. I was at a Christian school. We went on fall retreat for 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
We had a speaker talk all about sex and purity. And I was sick to my stomach the whole time, but he kept confusing this difference between lust and love, and it confused me for the longest time. And this is why so many Christians, I'll get off my soapbox, but this is why so many Christians have fucked up relationships,
Yep.
because they don't
That's why
know
Christians have
what it
among the highest
means
divorce
to,
rates.
like,
Mm-hmm.
exactly, because they don't know what it means to love and lust and
Yeah.
all of the things with your partner.
So let's see the definition for lust. Very strong sexual desire. So what this 19-year-old person is saying, who's trying to lecture me, having been married all this time, that I'm not, if I'm not supposed to have very strong sexual desire for my wife. Well, you know what? I bet you if I told my wife that, she'd be pretty upset.
Right?
Maybe I should call her in here and ask her. Hang on. Hey, honey. Hey, can you come in here a minute? Let's just see. Let's see if she'll get up. She's on vacation right now, so she may not feel like getting up. But oh, actually, you know what? I think she stepped out. My bad. But yeah, I promise you, if I said to her that I'm confusing the definition. We're looking at the definition right here. Very strong sexual desire. So now he wants us to believe that the dictionary is wrong. That's what he wants us to believe. So this is the Oxford Language Dictionary. So now he's going to say, well, the dictionary is wrong. See, this is the other fucking thing with Phil Bros, is they come in with their own definitions and saying, well, you don't understand the definitions. You can't keep up. But yeah, if you redefine shit all the time, then of course you're going to be right. Because you're just, it's just cope to make it right for you.
Trust. It's like the biblical lust. It's a spirit. You don't understand.
Biblical lust.
Because you have to, that's what he said. So like, if you would just put on your blood stained glasses for a little bit, you would understand that the spiritual side of things, you don't know. I'm sorry. You don't understand.
That's why we own.
Basically,
that's why
what
we
they need to do,
Bill Bros 5
what they
minutes.
need to do is make a book of all of the words that don't actually mean words in the Bible, so that we have a cheat code.
Yeah, exactly.
I
don't know why you're requesting up again. You're not coming back up, bro. 5 minutes. That's your time.
A spiritual lust.
A spiritual
there
lust.
is no biblical definition for lust.
Guess we could just make up anything we want.
Because he's saying that you should look up the biblical definition of lust. But the funny thing is that Joel and Mezzo talk about this quite a bit on their show.
Yeah.
There is no definition for the lust that they're talking about in the Bible. And it's ridiculous to think that lusting in and of itself is a sin, because if nobody is ever allowed to be sexually attracted to each other, how are we ever going to get with each other to get married and have those babies you so want us to have?
Exactly.
You know, I mean, we obviously have to have some form of lust.
Yeah, exactly.
I had the story exactly on that. That's why I had to come up. I was married, and my husband, who was a devout, like fundamental Christian, had never even kissed a woman at 33 years old. He had never kissed a woman, had never been with a woman, because he was so like, you can't do that.
Oh wait, this is your ex-husband, right?
My ex-husband. Yeah.
Shocker.
Shocker. Yeah, I'm totally divorced. Totally divorced. He's also the one that used to punch the wall beside my head and say, but I didn't hit you. Yeah, he's also that dude. And he, when we were doing fertility treatment, he wouldn't actually have sex with me because he was too scared, because he was so weird, but we're going to do something wrong because it's going to be too much sex, because we had to have it so many times to be able to be fertile.
Oh,
and so we never ended up actually getting pregnant, because we would have had to have so much. And so like it screwed, all the purity culture screwed him up so much that I spent $10,000 in fertility treatment and never ended up with a child.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So
just had to share when we were on
your
this
dollars
topic.
at work. Yeah, your dollars hard at work.
Buddy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you might as well
just
taking that 10 grand and
I might as well have gone to the strip club.
Might as well. I mean,
I would have gotten more out of it.
Wow. It's wild. So wild.
Yeah.
So his definition, scrolling up, is lust, the illicit desire for something forbidden. So I think he it's the equating like lust and adultery.
Mm-hmm.
That if you're, lusting after someone, that's adultery.
So again, if you just change the meaning of words to what you want them to be and then say, I'm right. Okay, whatever. Yeah, in the theological sense, it's a sensual appetite regarded as sinful, and that's the problem. So that's what purity culture is all about.
Biblical lust is not a thing.
It's not even a thing.
Oh,
maybe it's to you. It's to you. It's a thing, but yeah. So again, essentially, yeah, you're saying the Oxford Language Dictionary is wrong, and that's why we give Phil Bros 5 minutes. Because just silly little conversations like this. The
dictionary, while doing descriptive definitions, it also does like how people actually use the word in daily life.
Exactly.
So people use the word this way, and there's not an alternate meaning for the illicit lust, for the biblical. Exactly. So it is only a specific group of people who have a specific book that change words.
Yeah. All right. Hey, we got a returning guest. This is J Rob. I think you guys might know who J Rob is, but J Rob's been in my live a few times. How's it going, J Rob?
I can't with him.
Oh no. Okay. Uh-oh. It's like you've rubbed some people the wrong way. We've had some pretty fuzzy conversations.
J Rob's been around for years and years.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Well, what happened? What happened, J Rob?
Oh man, I definitely do damage to the atheistic worldview. So
do you? Okay, that's what it is. Yeah. You're just tearing us apart, and we're just mad. Yeah. Oh my God, we're so mad. It's J Rob. Is it like M's with the Muslims? Is it like that? You've heard M's with the Muslims, right? How like no Muslims want to talk to M's. He's an ex-Muslim, former Muslim.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking. Is it you think it sounded like that? You just destroying us left and right.
Something like that, because I'm an ex-atheist.
Yeah,
I'm an ex-atheist, so you know.
Okay, gotcha. I don't think you really were an atheist.
You just always end up going in circles, and there's no like.
Yeah, I don't think you really were.
Actual talking.
You weren't a real atheist, bro.
To J Rob.
Because if you really were an atheist, you'd still be one. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, it says the doctrine of atheism.
I'm fucking with you, man. It's just something we say when people say that. Yeah, I used to be an atheist.
The atheist Bible.
It is in the atheist Bible. It's right. It's like right here. Where's a napkin and a pen? Or I'll write it down. So all right, what you got, J Rob? What you got?
Yeah. So the evidence that God loves women and kids is just gonna be indexed to Christian teachings of the New Testament. How He teaches how to love our wives like God loves the church, treat them like our own bodies. We're edifying them, and be willing to be understanding of them. Serve them like He served. He humbled Himself.
We were just talking about this earlier. This sounds real familiar. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Ember, weren't we just not talking about this like in about an hour ago?
Vu.
Yeah, yes. Right. Okay. I'm not trying to clown or anything. I'm just like it's uncanny that's come up. So I don't know, man. I don't know. J Rob. Okay. All right. So I'm sorry. To recap, in the New Testament, women are venerated. That's what I'm hearing. Like they're honored, respected, venerated. Is that about right?
Yeah.
All right.
We're both made in God's image.
Yeah. Now, is honor and respect, what does that exactly mean? Like, how should a woman, according to the New Testament, how should a woman conduct herself and behave? Yeah, according to the New Testament.
Women, they should, practice also love, patience, kindness. They should develop the fruit of the Spirit.
Silence, is that one of them too? Should they be silent?
Silence.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about something that was involving a church.
I know. I've heard you say the cope. Yes, I've heard it before. I've heard it.
My cope. Wait. Does that?
Yes.
That's exactly what it is.
Yes.
Wait, does that verse say silence at all times, or is this not in context of a specific church?
Well, I mean, Silent in
Silent where?
churches. Yeah, silent in
Okay,
churches.
okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
Silent in churches. Yeah. Now, is it also mean,
But
is it just in
also,
churches? They're not permitted to speak, but also be subordinate? That's only in churches?
It's,
Or is that all the time?
yeah, it's talking about in the church.
Just in the church. Okay. What were you saying, Crystal?
I was just going to say, but in Numbers, any vow I make can be taken away by my husband or my father. So, in fact, if they want me to be silent, all they have to do is tell me to be silent, really.
Yeah.
Because they can take away all my vows, even to God.
Well, again, I don't know why you refer to the Old Testament when I said according to the New
Oh,
Covenant,
yeah.
but that
Rob's a New
wouldn't.
Testament guy. Remember that.
I mean, I'm a Christian.
So,
That's what.
so Jesus was quoting something. Wait, what was he quoting when he quote? Well, there was no
Just
New
some
Testament
document. It doesn't matter.
when Jesus lived. There was no New Testament. He couldn't have been quoting that.
Yeah.
Oh, but
So
is
when
there
he
a New
tells
Testament?
you,
Is there a New Testament, and are you reading that from the New
There is a
Testament?
New Testament now. You're right.
Oh,
No, but what was
okay,
Jesus quoting from?
okay.
What was
So
Jesus quoting
so
from?
was I there when Jesus was quoting the Old Testament?
did
Come
Jesus
on,
tell you
man.
to ignore all of his words?
Come on,
Are
man.
you just telling me Jesus' words
Who
don't mean anything?
what was Jesus
Are you
coming for
just
the?
negating everything
Wait,
Jesus said
wait,
because he didn't quote the New Testament? Oh,
wait,
okay.
wait, was Jesus coming for the lost sheep of the house of America? And 2,000 years later, or was he coming for the lost sheep of the house of Israel?
Why are you bringing that up? If he's coming for the Israel, then he believes in the Old Testament, not the New Testament. What?
Yeah, then that means you should be an atheist again because you're not part of the
wait,
lost sheep of Israel, right? So,
wait,
hey,
wait,
we'll welcome you back with open arms into the atheist community,
wait,
J. Rob.
wait.
We'll be happy.
So so
J.
when
Rob
did
is
Jesus?
deconstructing everybody. Look at J. Rob's deconstructing right before our eyes.
And a pig just flew by my window.
I mean, nice try, but what did Jesus establish before
Oh my God,
he?
what? Pig has wings?
What did Jesus establish after he resurrected?
Wait, hold on. We're getting okay. Last question, but we're getting way off track. I gotta rein it
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
We gotta get back to it.
Well,
We
the
gotta get
point
back.
is,
Okay, so what was your
the
question?
point is, the point is ultimately,
Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves.
after he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel, he established what's called the church, right? And that church has leaders, right? And apostles like Paul, and then we have James, Peter. They give the teachings of the new covenant, and in that new covenant, right, is where we have
Gotcha.
how we're supposed to conduct ourselves, right? And within that, and within those teachings, it says that we are not under the law. And when he's referring to the law,
Oh,
he's
I thought I
referring
set the
to the
timer.
Old Testament.
Sorry. There's a lot going on here. Sorry to cut you off, Rob. I didn't mean to do that. Like my wife's talking to me, the timer, all that stuff. So sorry. Keep going. You got the floor.
Yeah,
bro.
I was landing basically, after he came to that lost sheep of the house of Israel, he established a church. And then upon that church, we have the leaders of the apostles of the new covenant. They teach us the teachings of the new covenant. And those teachings are that we are not under the law of the Old Testament. So bringing up Old Testament, commands is not going to apply to Christians because,
I forgot you're
again,
a polyester. You love Paul, not Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, you call it what you want. Jesus loved Paul. Jesus loved Paul, and Jesus called Paul to minister to us. So yeah, I love Paul. I follow Paul.
I mean, we
Paul
heard
fell off
you
a
in
donkey and hit his head. He never actually
following Paul is
met
following
Jesus.
Yeah,
he had a hallucination.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard you talk about this with Justin. I know I've heard you talk about this with Justin. So I know I don't want to rehash all that. I mean, you and Justin went round and round on this for a long time. I know you did. I know you remember. I remember.
You talking about deconstruction, Justin?
Yeah, deconstruction zone. Yeah, you and Justin went round and round on this. So
I cooked them too. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, J.
That's fine. All right.
Just
What do you say,
circles.
bro? Whatever you say, bro.
I'm just
Okay.
messing with y'all. I'm messing with y'all.
I know you are. I know you were a good sport, bro. I know. We're messing with you too. But let's get back to it. So back to the topic at hand. God loves women and children. You said, okay, in the New Testament, that's all about respecting women and all that good stuff. Okay, so this first one, okay, yeah, you said it's all. Oh no, that's only in the church. Now, is this the same thing in 1 Timothy 2? This is only in the church.
You want to read it?
Yeah, let a woman learn in full submission, in silence, and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man. She is to keep silent. So is church the only place that you could teach or have authority?
Yeah. Matter of fact, if you go back, I think, if not a few verses before, like if you go to the beginning of this, it's talking about it within the congregation of the church.
Yeah. Now, but I'm asking you, is that the only place you teach or have authority? Because Jesus didn't have a church, right? Did Jesus teach and have authority in the church?
Well, I'm sorry, the church wasn't established until after Jesus.
Exactly.
Left.
So that the answer would be no, right?
I mean, they had the synagogues.
Mm-hmm.
So Jesus taught in the synagogues.
Yeah. So a church is not the only place or a synagogue that you can teach and have authority. So this would include any place. Like, are you saying then that a woman could teach and have authority over a man outside of a church?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. And where does it say
and
that?
as a matter of fact,
where does
Paul
talks
about having. Well, one, it talks about how women can prophesy, and there's women. I think they're bishops, I don't know, deacons, if I'm not mistaken, deaconess, right? These are authoritative roles within the church, but it's in regards to like reaching other people. As a matter of fact, I think even in the same book, it talks about the women teaching the younger women. Right. Mm-hmm. This is talking about strictly about
teaching.
About
women teaching
over.
The other younger women and the children. But this is teacher have authority over a man.
Right. So this is this is talking about in the church.
Yeah. So what evidence do we have that women were teaching men?
Well, one, the first preachers of the gospel would be Mary, right? The three women. And then two, Paul talks about having women who were considered to be, fellow. I believe he said deacons, but if he didn't say deacons, he would have just said like people. Spreading the gospel with him, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Ministers.
Ministers spreading the gospel. What I'm trying to understand though is where is the evidence that they were specifically teaching men and having authority over them?
Okay, well you're talking about. Well, in order to preach the gospel, you kind of have to teach it.
Yeah, you got to have to teach it. What I'm saying to you though is then that they could have just sent the women with the women, right? And these women deacons and so forth and so on could have just been teaching the women. Right?
I mean, you can make that argument, sure. But again, these texts are in
so we don't really know.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a couple examples. I'm not able to look at it right now. But these examples are going to be with regards to in the church. Well, this text, the text that you guys are using, is referring to within the church, in the church setting.
Mm-hmm. Even though it doesn't say that. I mean, it says it earlier.
Well, it does.
That's the context. Somewhat earlier, but it doesn't say it exactly here.
Yeah, but that's the context.
Mm-hmm. That's the context. So we say, right?
It doesn't say it to men. How come it doesn't say men don't? No. How come it doesn't say men don't talk in church? You guys are being disruptive too. You think men don't sit there and talk in church? Because I hear men talk in church. I've been going to church for a long time. Men sit there and talk to their wives and talk to their friends about. Men come to church and put the game on and put their earbud in their ear and listen to the game.
Yeah, so
men are disruptive. How come they didn't warn men to be polite?
Well, so church is going to be a reflection of, of Christ's body. So it might not be necessarily trying to say any like a woman is flawed in some type of way in this
Just
aspect.
say it's misogynistic. Just
I
say,
mean,
well,
okay,
it's because it's a
well,
patriarchy,
no,
Crystal. It's pretty obvious.
okay. So it's just gonna reflect some order that God would have.
I think that the women were asking really good
To,
questions. They were probably like, wait a minute, this doesn't sound right. How did Moses part the Red
Right.
Sea? And then
Right.
men were like, shh, don't ask questions. Don't let those
Don't
women
be
talk.
asking those questions.
Keep them
Oh, this
quiet.
is what it says. Yeah.
God's order sounds a lot like patriarchy. Just
well, it's
saying.
not. It's not. But we have distinct roles. Men and women are distinct. We have
Yeah, that's patriarchy.
obvious differences.
If it's
Yeah,
men
Psychologically,
being
women
the
are
socially.
leaders, it's
better.
You know what I'm saying?
patriarchy.
So we're gonna have different roles within
Women are
society.
smarter. Women are calmer. Women,
I mean,
and yeah, we get it.
hey,
We know that women
whatever's
are
clever,
better.
whatever's clever. We're just different. As
Yeah,
long as we
that's
can
what's
understand
clever. Women.
that we have differences. I love women, so like you think you're smarter,
Uh,
that's cool. I could be dumb like a lot of times, man. My wife got to repeat so many things to me, and yeah, and I'll
Okay,
still
the
forget.
you and I do agree on
definition.
that. Because I got to get things repeated to me too.
But like with patriarchy, right? The man is the leader. The woman supports the man. There is a distinct order. You're literally
Yeah.
giving what the patriarchy is.
Well, the patriarchy is like kind of like kind of like implying that the man is more valuable than the woman in some way,
I
right?
mean, the men in the Bible, especially historically the Old Testament, were not seen as inherently property as
Well,
girls and women were.
well, like I said, we're just talking about two distinct roles because you know, like I said, both men and women will be punished in accordance to, their nature. You know what I'm saying? So God made women differently, God made men differently, and society was extremely different back then compared to what it is now. So that's the reason why those laws were
What's the
those
what is the justification for this?
Ooh,
Like
Philbro
why
speak.
feel, bro.
why
Like,
should men be the leaders? What is the justification? What justification does God give? And what justification is enough to say that men
yeah,
should inherently be leaders over women?
yes.
Because as far as I can see, cisgender men have royally screwed, especially cisgender white men, have royally screwed up this world.
Well,
And
yeah. I mean,
like
I don't really want to
so
get too deep into that, but
right, but
it's
but
just
that is true even in the church as well. When we see heavily patriarchal churches, we see abuse running rampant.
I mean,
We
I think both
see
men and women are flawed. I mean, when we look
but
into
this
like the
is
school system,
different. This is
most
different. When you're in a more egalitarian society, you see people actually being cared for and you see people flourishing versus when you have these roles that and blocks that people have to stick into instead of people being able to do what works with their strengths. These orders
well the problem is
do
that
not
when
help
you
society or churches.
the problem is when you make morality subjective, then anybody's just open to do whatever they want to do, and nobody's wrong. So you could have abusive
No,
situations.
that's moral relativism. That's different than moral subjectivity. And we as a society, we
Well,
agree
that's
on what
subjective. That's what
moral we
subjectivity
agree on a
means.
certain level of morality for the good of society
Well,
so
when you
that we
say the
can
good of
continue as a
society,
society.
when you say
But
what the good
even
of
in
society, that's
Christianity, your
subjective
morality is
to the
subjective.
individuals. Well, I disagree, but I mean, we're kind of getting off topic. But obviously, we believe morality is objective, is grounded in the nature of God, not God's opinions or whims or
Mm-hmm.
decisions, but it's just grounded in His nature.
Got
So
it.
when we're talking about these going back to the topic, when we're talking about like men being distinct from women, um, you know these are just going to be different roles. He loves all of us individually equally. That's the reason why he doesn't tell us that the woman is more important than the other. Like, many people skip over many verses, and try to focus on the submissive parts.
You
But I
skip
mean,
over the like 2/3 of the Bible. You skip over 2/3 of the Bible because you
well,
don't like the Old Testament.
well, yeah. I mean, it's not that I don't like
Yeah,
the Old
that's
Testament.
weird.
It's
Yeah,
just
yeah,
I know the
because it
difference.
doesn't. It proves you
That's not.
wrong, and that's why
I'm
you
just a
didn't like it.
Christian. Like,
It
I don't get
no,
when we're
no.
talking
See,
No,
about
as a
you're a
Christian,
conservative. You're a complementarian
what
Christian. Like,
I wouldn't classify
Christians
myself
believe
as a
Christians believe
conservative,
in the
but
Old Testament. I was
I
taught
do hold
Noah's Ark.
more
I was
conservative
taught the
views.
10 Commandments. I was taught all of that as a Christian. You, J. Rob, have thrown out the Old Testament because you know if
I
you
didn't
come
throw
up
it
here on
out.
these,
It's a
excuse
part of
me,
my
please let
Bible.
me finish. Please let me finish. You throw it out because if you come up on these lives, you can go, well, I only follow the New Testament. That way you don't get caught in as many things. And you think that makes it so you win the argument, but you don't win the argument
Well,
because
critical.
Jesus
What
didn't love women either.
critical? What does it mean to be a Christian?
A follower of Christ, and he followed
Okay,
the Old Testament, and
okay.
he told you
So,
over and over again that the law was very important, and he told you not a jot or tittle. He told you that he loved the law, but you do not care what
okay,
Jesus says. You only care what Paul says, and you're about to quote Paul to
okay.
me, and I'm not going to listen to it because
Well,
you
well,
cannot in
Jesus
one
also,
sentence tell me you're a Christian and then quote me Paul.
well, Jesus also said to submit to the apostles and their teachings, and Paul was an apostle, so we submit to his teachings.
No, it wasn't.
So,
Not when Jesus
what
said
it
that. So
means,
no, nope,
what
nope.
what
He was not an apostle. He
what
was
what
not
it
an
means to
apostle.
what it
Paul
means to
told you.
be.
Paul told you that he saw something. Paul told you a story, and you bought his story. Now, to me, he sounds like a man who fell off and concussed his head.
Well,
Okay. To
Peter.
you, you went,
Well,
"Oh, I
okay,
believe him." Jesus said,
okay,
Peter is the rock which I build my church. Peter is to go out to the Gentiles. And Paul
okay,
said,
okay.
I'm the one. And
I
you
got
guys
you.
went, okay, Paul, let's go
I
with
got you.
Paul.
I got you.
But go ahead, tell me
Host.
again how Jesus loves women the same way he loves men,
Well,
because I don't see it, and I'm a woman.
I just want to deal with exactly what you just said. Host, can you go to like Second Peter chapter, what is it,
That's
3, and
Paul.
can you read Second Peter chapter 3, 15 and 16?
Mm-hmm. 2 Peter 3:15 to 16.
Yeah,
Yeah. Smell a contradiction coming.
not at all.
All right, go ahead. It says, can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to read it? It's your verse. You can go ahead and read it.
All right, it says, "In regard the patience of our Lord's salvation, so also our beloved brother Paul, who wrote to you according to the wisdom that was given to him,
Who
speaking."
wrote this?
It's Peter. It's Peter.
No, he didn't.
It's at the top left.
No, he didn't.
Oh my
Peter
God.
didn't write
Okay.
Second
Okay.
Peter.
do
J.
you
Rob.
wait,
Oh
All
J.
my
right.
Rob?
God.
Do you believe
All
do you
right,
believe
man.
that he wrote it just because it says it?
All right. Well,
In
the church
but
passes
we but
down
it's
the knowledge of who was responsible. So we don't believe Peter wrote it. Peter used a scribe. They wrote through scribes. So people who try to say that Peter didn't write it, okay, yeah, he didn't
it's
write,
a
but
claim that he wrote
he
it.
used
Yeah, it's a
scribes.
claim.
So so
It's a
so
claim
so
that he wrote
so
it, that he even had
so
a scribe write it. No, it's
okay
a claim that he is
okay.
the
And
So
author.
and I know you've talked to
okay
CBJ
so
about this too.
Mm,
You've seen that one
mm-hmm.
too.
so
Oh yeah, no, he's talked to so many people
Mm-hmm.
about this. Like it's
yeah, I know you guys make arguments. You guys just think because you have an argument that your argument is true.
but even biblical scholars will say there's no concrete evidence that it was them. Yes, it is
Well, the concrete.
attributed to these
So
people. It's attributed,
okay.
like
So
it being attributed to
yeah,
these
yeah.
people does not mean
That's no
specifically that they
problem.
wrote it. But
Just
but
because. Okay.
either way, the whole thing is that Peter just believed Paul's claim. That's
All
it.
right. So
It
It's
doesn't
one thing.
say anything to the truth of Paul's claims.
Yeah.
So it's one thing to say, hey, it was attributed to Peter. It's another thing to make the claim that Peter wasn't responsible for it, right?
Okay.
So that's where you guys are jumping to
I'm making that point.
a conclusion. Now
I'm
I
not.
I can
I'll back up what
I
I
can
said.
be generous and say, okay, yeah, like, hey, we can't prove that
I don't need
Peter wrote
generosity.
it, right? Okay, okay, cool. Well, but we do to say
Written
that we
after
don't
he
have
died.
evidence that.
It was written after he died. He couldn't write it.
So you don't know that. How do you know that?
It was written between 80 and 120 CE.
And how do you know that?
And it's actually called pseudepigrapha because scholars have written about it for ad nauseum. J. Rob, all you
Okay,
have to do is peep these things. Like open a
yeah,
book. Open a book is not written by an
so I'm
apologist.
familiar with
But
the
you don't do
arguments.
that, J. Rob. You sit up here and argue with people
That's
day after day,
false.
knowing that at no point are you ever going to actually try to learn anything.
That's
You're
false.
never going to check to see
You
if
say
any of this is right by reading any books.
that's false. So I do. So I know the arguments why some scholars say that it wasn't written by Peter. Do you know those arguments since you're making a
Yeah,
claim?
do you? Let's hear.
Yeah,
Let's hear. Why?
yeah. What's the claim? What's the
Oh, I just
argument
asked you.
for
Oh,
why
no.
it
I
wasn't
just
written by
asked
Peter?
you. Just asked you.
I
You
just
tell
asked you the
me. You know the
question.
argument.
Oh, so you dodged and
No.
see
You,
exactly.
you, no,
It's
you
cool. It's
said
cool. I can help you.
no,
It's
T-Rob,
fine.
you
I can
said,
help you.
T-Rob, you
It's
said,
okay. I
I
get
know
it.
the
You don't
arguments,
have
and
the
I
answer.
said, what are they?
I
J-Rob,
I
quit
get it. You
playing.
don't have
You
the
said,
answer.
I know the,
I get.
J-Rob, you
Wait,
said,
hold
I
on.
know the arguments, and then you won't give them to me.
Yeah, no, you no. I asked you, do you know why? Right? You made a
You can
claim
play
that
it
was
back.
written at a
I asked,
specific time. Yeah, and I asked you, how do you know that? You said because scholars say that. I'm like, okay, well, what's the argument? And then you want to try to dodge and try to say I don't research this when you
not
don't know the
dodging.
argument.
Second Peter uses high-level Greek rhetoric and vocabulary. It is very different from First Peter, which is already polished and a different style, J-Rob. That's one of the reasons. Now you give one.
Yeah, so I already refuted that. What did I say before? What did I say before, which refutes that argument?
I don't think we heard you. So go ahead and say
I
it
mean,
again.
so I said very clearly that we don't hold to Peter actually writing it, right? They wrote through scribes. So a scribe who would have polished Greek and good writing
Why
skills.
did the one scribes write different from the other scribes from First Peter to Second
Yeah,
Peter?
yeah. Do
Nobody
you
uses that
think
argument, J-Rob. You're just making up
what?
stuff. Stop.
Are you
It's
serious?
embarrassing. It's
Like
embarrassing.
we
This is
know that
so
even Paul.
embarrassing.
Okay. We know that even Paul used scribes, right?
All right.
And sometimes and oftentimes he says
We're
that,
getting way off track. So go ahead and make your
the
last point. We're going to
scribe.
go back. Go ahead, J. Rob. Go ahead and make your last point. We're going to go back.
I mean, scholars, admit that, it's very common practice that people wrote through scribes. And there's multiple letters of Paul that were also written through scribes. We can see the style that Paul writes in, and then we can see, style of some writings that were attributed to Paul, who also state that there was somebody also writing for him. And so we can see that this was a scribe writing for Paul, and the styling is different from Paul's actual letters that he wrote. So this wasn't an uncommon practice.
He was
Okay, I
also
got
talking
you.
about second generation Christian problems, which would not have happened during his lifetime.
Yeah.
That's another reason we know it wasn't written in his lifetime.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I can refute that too, but
Okay, hold on.
go ahead.
We got to move on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hey, come back when the live is, hey, did Paul and Peter write their own letters? Let's come back when that, and we can talk about all that all day. All right. So now because I believe, Crystal, you asked this question earlier and we kind of glossed over it. And really what we were asking you, Rob, or talking about was Ember, I'm sorry. I apologize. Ember, you were the one that asked this, why men were designated as leaders of the church and not women. Why is that?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, it reflects God's role for humanity. Like both men and women are gonna have, distinct roles within society, within marriage, and within the
But why?
church.
You're just
Yeah.
saying what
Why?
they're going to have. You're not saying why.
Well, like what? Yeah. What
Yeah.
characteristics
Well,
give them
what?
those roles? Like
Yeah.
here's an
So
example. You watch any kind of sports? Like
yeah,
you
of
got your
course.
role players, right? In sports, like,
Hmm.
players who come off the bench, like a 6-man,
Yeah.
like a 3-and-D type player on basketball. They have their roles, right? So but they have characteristics of sign of those roles. Like a 3-and-D, usually they play tough defense and they can shoot from deep, right? So, but they're not going to be like driving. They're not be a slasher drive to the paint, or they're not going to be like a creative scorer or a ball handler or something like that. So just the same. Like, what characteristics do women possess that make them suitable to only that role that God assigned to them?
Yeah. So I mean, we can all we all know estrogen versus testosterone, right? These are just going to be biological factors that distinguish kind of how we are more inclined to
What
behave.
what
Okay.
about the women who have conditions like PCOS and
Yeah.
men who have low testosterone?
Yeah. These aren't the average person, right?
But so
The
what are these people supposed to do
Yeah,
for,
yeah. They,
like, where do
they're
they
still.
fit in your
Yeah.
biological
Yeah. It might be
role?
tougher. It might be tougher for some people than the other person, but these uh like I guess imbalances, if you want to call them that, uh, don't change the rule.
But
Okay.
if they're strong in a different, it just doesn't make sense, because if a person is strong in a different area, and like you're forcing them to do something, like I originally thought that I wanted kids. I am glad that I don't have kids because I really don't want them. I don't think that I would be that great of a parent personally, for just different reasons. And so, like, sure, I might be better than I thought, but that is not my strength. If I was forced to have children, that would be, I am disabled. I am, like, all of these different things. That makes my life, and I'm also not a woman, but I would be seen as that in the religion. And then just men can just exist, basically, and they're just automatically assumed to be the leader. But somebody who does not want to be in that role and is not suitable for that role has to go against who they are. Just for what? For some arbitrary standard.
Well, I'm confused. So like you don't have to be a mother, you don't have to get married.
Well, according to
Uh,
the Pauline,
Paul starting everybody.
no,
according to the Pauline
Paul.
scriptures, yes, like they will
Well,
be
no,
saved through
Paul said.
childbearing.
No, Paul said he would rather people just be single and focus on God. He never said that um, a woman has to get married. He literally said that he would rather them, stay single. But I guess I'm about to roll out of here. I do appreciate you letting me up, man.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you coming up. You're a good sport, so I appreciate that. But we have to give you a bit of a hard time. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, man, it's all love. I like having conversations with you, man. I'm cool with like everybody, but in certain lives, people get real hostile, man. It's a emotional thing sometimes, man.
Sometimes,
But it's
yeah.
all love.
All right, man. All right,
It's
hey,
all
J.
love.
Rob, have a good rest of your day, man. We'll talk to you again.
All right, you too.
All right, see you. All right.
I mean, it's going to get a bit emotional when you're basically saying that women must be subservient.
It's
and,
not
cooking,
it's not the same.
cleaning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just he does like it. Yeah.
Well, I think it got to the point where there wasn't really a good answer for why like women had these, or like what characteristics gave. And he just kind of went to the estrogen versus, but that's not a characteristic. That's a
And that's not even a biological like fact.
It's not even
because the percentages are getting higher the percentages are getting higher of females or femmes being diagnosed with
Right.
PCOS.
Exactly.
Which is also apparently being considered, potentially, it's being studied right now as a possible intersex condition,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
Right.
So, which just makes that the whole binary even whatever. We won't go into that, but it makes the whole men and women must have these roles. It
Yeah.
even blows that out of the
Well,
water.
we can when I get to 18,000 followers, huh?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's so natural for me to go into politics.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good. It's all good. And you know, I think because it intersects, you know, that's like a natural intersection point is these gender roles, gender-based roles. And there only seems to be two types of gender-based roles, which is exactly what you're alluding to. Like where do you fit in this? Where does I saw somebody in the chat saying I have XXY. Where do I fit? And what of the men who have low T? What of, you know, there's just all these there's like a spectrum to this. And so are we going to, and I mean, they were doing this purely based on looks. That's all it was. Not on ability. It was purely based on looks. Appearances. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. So I thought I was bringing up another friendly, fluffy dragon pants, but they timed out. So not quite sure what happened there, but we'll bring somebody else up here. So next guest, but great job, folks, friends. Great job in doing what you all were doing. So let's bring up our next.
I know we meander sometimes, but I think that can be
fine.
A good thing.
Hey, that's why I'm here to steer it back to where it needs to go. So, and that's exactly what I was doing. So it's all good. Both my T's keep getting closer to my knees. All right, Mr. Beat Saber, we're gonna bring you up next. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 19.
All right. And which God do you believe in?
9. I'm actually an atheist too. But I just have a question for y'all.
Quick question. Yeah. What you got?
Why do Christians just say to kind of just forget about the Old Testament and forget about the mass genocides and the rape and all that happened?
It's hard to defend. Yeah.
Why just now just completely forget about that?
It's hard to defend. And we live in a different society in which, you know, I'd say even as recently as say 40 years ago, 30 years ago, you could instill fear into somebody into coming to the church. You know, all they had to say was, look, if you don't believe in this, you're going to go to hell. You're going to burn forever in eternity. That was enough to scare people back then. But, you know, we've gained more knowledge. We have science. We got this. We got that. I mean, it's harder to believe now. It's way harder to believe, you know? So
as we learn new things through science and things like that, the apologetics have to change, right? So back, you know, maybe in the 1800s and stuff, they didn't throw out the Old Testament. They said, yeah, that God was like that, fire and brimstone. He's going to get you,
exactly.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they double and triple down. But we didn't have all the knowledge that we have now. So we can refute the claims with, you know, things like science, DNA, abiogenesis, cosmology, right? And so now they have to go, oh, crap, we have to change our arguments. Well, here's a good way. Let's just throw that out. Jesus is the new covenant. We don't have to follow any of that anymore, except the 10 Commandments, which is strange because Jesus never even mentions the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
But so they just, you know, it has to evolve as our learning curve changes, if that makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense. And I just have another question. When did y'all like fully become atheists, and were y'all ever forced into religion, like going to church and stuff?
Oh yeah, I was forced into it. I grew up Catholic. I was born Catholic, grew up Catholic, and yeah, just not going to church was not an option until I left the house, basically. So I can say for one, I was pretty much forced into it, or at least strongly encouraged to go. Yeah, for sure.
I got you. I think that's about it.
Okay. Well, hey, appreciate you coming up, and
No
thanks for
problem.
the support, man. All right, take care.
All right, you have a good day.
All right. Okay, I got somebody in the YouTube queue, but the problem is I don't think co-host they'll be able to hear you. You may not hear them either. So you can hang tight. They've been waiting for a while, but you can hang tight. You can chill, or I think you only hear my voice and my talk, but if not, or you can drop down to guests and then you can hear both sides. So I'll leave it up to you. I'll give you, and then if you guys want to come back up when I bring up the next guest, you can do that too. So it's totally up to you. I'll let you self-manage, but I want to bring up the next guest only because they've been waiting a while and I think they've been trying to get in and out. And then when I look over, there's nobody in the guest queue, and then I bring somebody else. So it's just a bit of a timing thing. So, all right. This is the Light over on the YouTube side. Okay. The Light, how's it going? Can you hear me? I've unmuted you.
I can hear you.
All right. All right. Thanks for waiting. So, how old are you, first of all?
36.
Okay. And which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the
Jesus.
Torah, or the Quran?
Yeah.
God of the Bible?
Yeah, the only God.
Okay. What's your best evidence that this God loves women and children?
Well, he created us.
Okay.
Created women and children.
Heard that one yesterday. Okay. So he created us. And I'm not sure, could you elaborate more?
Well, without him creating us, we wouldn't be able to experience anything, correct?
Okay. We'll just assume what you say is true. Yeah. So if God created us, and if that was the only way we would be here, then yes, I would agree. We wouldn't be able to experience anything.
Okay.
So I'm not sure how that God loves women and children.
Well, that's a pretty loving act, right? To create, like you live through life.
Depends.
Have all these things and. Okay. Well, then what are your objections?
I don't think the act of creation itself is a loving act. It could have. I mean, what if God created to make people suffer? Because you'd agree people do suffer in this world, right?
What do you mean by suffering?
The dictionary definition of suffering. You know what that is?
Is that what you mean?
That is what I mean. Yeah.
Okay, and that's bad.
I would say under a God who's loving, I would say yes, because you would agree that there is a place where people can go that where there is no suffering, right?
No, but you think suffering is bad. Not under my worldview. Under yours.
Under mine? No, I have no opinion on it. It's neither good nor bad.
Okay, then what the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck am I talking about?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
If you don't think suffering is bad, what the fuck are you talking about?
If I don't think suffering is bad, what am I talking about? What do you mean?
Yeah, you don't believe in suffering.
Wait a minute, hold on. How does that equate to, that's a non sequitur. How does not having an opinion on suffering equal I don't believe in suffering?
You said it wasn't bad. So you're saying
I have no opinion on it.
You started off with it's bad, right? That was the implication of what you were saying. You said God creates the suffering, that implies bad. But when you got pushed on it, then you backed away from the point. In a
God. Oh, I know who you are. Are you the douchebag Orthodox Christian that came up the other day because I cooked the fuck out of you and you're
you're the bald atheist that can't handle priest stuff, and that's why you guys live.
All right. So here's the thing, douchebag. I've got the mute button and you can't unmute, so I can talk over you as much as I want. So here's what's going to happen. You're on probation now, and you're going to only answer the questions that I ask you. Oh, you dropped like a coward. Yes, that's what happened. So this is what happens. You drop like a coward. So go back to where you came from. You don't have the boots for this hike. Yeah, I thought I recognized the voice. He was the
happened.
He was the precept douche that I cooked the other day, Orthodox that I just totally roasted the other day. And then he came back twice and was just trying to get into an argument with me. And then
I'm waiting for Catholic traditionalists to come back in.
I don't think he ever is going to come back, but let's see. Yeah,
Because
so
he came in my live yesterday.
Oh, he again? He came back again?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Wow.
It's wild. Like I told
Wow.
him to fuck off all the way and called him a bunch of shit, and yeah, he ran like a little girl.
Well, that's what happens. Yeah. So, yeah, I remember that. Okay, I remember that guy. Yeah. So, I thought I I thought the voice sounded familiar. I'm like, I think I know who this is, but I let it roll. All right. That was fun. All right, let's bring back our next guest. Hi. Yep. Oh, we see fingers. We see the my mic grew rabbit ears. All right.
That was.
What's that? Somebody say something?
You said I saw the little rabbit ears.
Oh, you saw the rabbit
funny.
ears? So yes. So yeah, baby. I'm not supposed to lust after you. So because a 19-year-old Christian said so. Yeah, but lust is well, he's saying it's either lust or love. I did. It's immense sexual desire. Immense. Yeah. So I shouldn't sexually desire you? Oh, I should. Okay. So I should. Okay then. So I should have lust for you, right? Or uncontrolled, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I hear that.
Yeah, oh,
Mrs.
hey.
Verify is very smart.
Oh,
Go,
without a
Mrs.
doubt,
Trust.
she is. Yeah, Mrs. Trust is very, very smart. Yeah. Not smarter than me? No, I don't agree. I don't agree. So, okay, let's go to the next guest. It's 12E Doer. I think that's the name. How's it going? Oh, drop down. All right. So we got okay, so we got some people, we got returnees. So we got World of Fire. All right, let's bring up World of Fire. I might do two at a time here. Let's try two at a time, just so we can kind of quicken the process here. Okay, we'll do World of Fire. We'll start with World of Fire, and then we'll go with CCAPs. Welcome back, guys. World of Fire, how's it going?
Hey, it's
Welcome
going
back.
great, man. I love your show, man. It's really good stuff.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Now, remind me of your vitals. You're how old? You're over 18. Yeah, you're a Christian.
Oh yeah.
And
yep, 45 Christian.
Okay, I think I remember. And then where did we leave off? I briefly saw you in the chat. I think I vaguely remember what we talked about, but I did say, hey, you said, hey, I've got more evidence. So what do you got?
Yeah. It was really cool. I think last time we were talking about the idea of well, before that, what were we talking about? I can't remember what we were talking about exactly last time.
Okay, well, we're doing women and children today.
Oh yeah, that was about racism. That was a good one. That was a hot topic one.
Okay, gotcha. Well, we're doing your best evidence that God loves women and kids. So that's so we'll treat this. So this will be a whole brand new conversation. So we're going to table the racism discussion, but we're going to talk about women and kids today. All right.
That's great. No, that's great. That's what I want to talk about. I would love to handle that other conversation another time. But
Same Clover Day
love.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me do the super chat. Oceanus Helios, thank you for the $5. Same Clover Day love. Same Clover Day love back to you. And in fact, I'm going to be having corned beef and cabbage a little later. I did. So hang tight, CCAPs. We'll get you. And welcome back from yesterday.
I'll wait my turn.
Okay.
I just got home, so take your time.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want you to. I don't know why. I felt it'd be better for you to be up here than to have you like sitting in the guest queue. I don't know why, but you're up here now.
All good. I'll go mute for a second.
Okay. Don't forget to bring a towel. Right on. All right. World of Fire. So, what's your best evidence that God loves women and children? Yeah, we'll start there.
Okay. Because I'm a Christian, it's the Christian God and the Christian Judeo ethic that I'm going with here. Mm-hmm. Men and women are created in God's image, and God is love. So therefore, God loves His image.
God loves His image. Okay. And is all of that hold? In all ways? So like when what does that mean? Like if you love your own image, how would you act to something that is created in your own image that you love? Like what would be some ways that you would act towards that being that you created?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good one, because check this out. It's funny because I think there's a lot of misconception on what love is. Love is sometimes suffering, because we're talking about suffering. Sometimes love is suffering, especially for suffering for someone else. Consider the idea of the Judeo-Christian ethic of the suffering servant. That suffering can be love. I don't think there's anybody in there that would disagree with me that anyone would suffer for their children, so forth, so on. But also understanding why certain suffering is allowed to happen, we went into that one time before, is also difficult to explain too, because I don't see all aspects of it. But
Right.
God, it would definitely, love would consider chastisement. Chastisement would be part of it. Second form of it would be ways in which to reach redemption. And the third principle would be a way in which I would care for the ones in which I love.
Yeah.
And I would discipline them because I love them.
Okay. For the ones you've like if I don't know if you have any daughters, I don't know, if you do or don't,
Yeah.
but like for the children that you've disciplined, have you ever said to them, I will take delight in destroying you? Have you ever said that?
Delight in destroying you. Oh, yeah. I think that's talking about a complete hardened heart. And yes, there's some hard sayings in scripture where he says, they will bow down and taste the blood to the edge of the sword.
Yeah.
I will trample them, and their blood will spatter my garments.
Okay.
And he says, vengeance is mine and I will repay, saith. So when we go to these things of this nature, we're talking about something violent. You see, Jesus says the kingdom of heaven is suffering violence until John, and the king and the violent take it by force. You talk about this love that, like war sometimes is created out of love, and some of the most atrocious things happen out of war. Defending life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness can also bring about a lot of tyranny in war, and it's also tragic and painful. So
Okay.
I think,
I'm sorry, does
and the
that
God,
answer the question though? Because like he just asked about the delight, and I don't really feel like you're answering that question.
I think he delights in the fact of stopping evil, which would mean the destruction of a certain people that are doing the evil.
Okay. Well, it says here, the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. It doesn't say anything about stopping evil. The Lord is taking delight in destroying people, which you would agree destroying means to kill people.
Yeah, but why do you think he's destroying them in the context of that passage?
Well, in this case, it's because they're disobeying God. Like they're worshiping other gods. They're not obeying his commands. But that's what I'm asking is,
Right.
Now, is it because you're saying it's the delight in stopping the evil? Are you saying then that the only way to stop the evil is to destroy people?
In some cases, yes.
In some cases? Okay. So then that means then that it's okay to enjoy killing people if you think they're evil.
I wouldn't be the arbiter of determining that, but I think there's a delight in stopping evil like this. I don't think there's anybody in here that would actually disagree with me in saying there's certain people that you would say, hey, yeah, you would be glad that they were gone.
I would. I don't take delight in it though. I don't rejoice over it. I don't throw a party. I'm not celebrating, because that's what taking delight means.
And this is about his own children. We're not talking about just some random person. People, like, I would not delight in my children ever having to go through anything. You also said something earlier that just really does not. You said, I don't think anybody would disagree with me that love is not suffering. And I just want you to know I wholeheartedly disagree with you on that. I disagree too. Suffering and love are not synonymous.
Yeah. But let's thank you, Crystal. But let's go back to this. Because I mean, I've had to discipline my kids many times, right? And in fact, I had to discipline my daughter recently, and I took no delight in that. That did not feel good at all. But it had to be done because it's for her own good. And so that's what I'm trying to understand is, are you saying then that it's okay to enjoy killing people? Because that's essentially what this is saying.
Well, one of the things too in this passage you're reading is when you talk about the worship of another god, they're not just doing like, hey, they were just worshiping a god, another god. A lot of these other worships involved, especially the Canaanites, and especially in this idea of Baal worship and Moloch, what they did was pretty extensive, pretty bad. And to stop them, God says he's going to destroy them. And what they were doing was a really
That's not
bad
what this
thing
is talking
to
about, though. I just want to keep it linear. This is God talking to his people. So that's and so back to Crystal's point, she is right when she says God is talking to his children. So it would be different, like say if I would feel like I mean, if somebody did unspeakable things to my wife and my daughter, right? And I don't need to specify what that is.
Right.
And I unalive them, I would not take joy in it. I would not be happy about it. I would be relieved. I would be maybe happy that they're safe, right? But I wouldn't be happy that that person's dead. I would not be happy at all. That doesn't bring me any type of joy or delight. That's what I mean. And so it seems like we can separate the taking, like doing things that you would consider morally right. Okay. Doing the right thing, taking joy in that versus killing somebody. That's what I'm specifically talking about. So are you saying it is okay to enjoy killing somebody in some circumstances?
Well, for me, no. For example, God says to David, he says, do not delight in the death of your enemy. If I'm paraphrasing that, I think you know what I'm talking about there. Okay. But at the same time, it's a misunderstanding of what love is. We're going to disagree on what love is. But love doesn't, for example, the idea of the Christian ethic is that suffering is love. Jesus was love, and he suffered for it. And the idea is that when he says, I take delight in this is something that certain things that God takes delight in, that he tells us not to. Like he says, vengeance is mine, but he says, you can't have vengeance. Only I have vengeance. These are things that only God does. I also can't explain that fully to say, look, I know why.
I'm sorry, you keep saying things that don't equate. Because you're saying that because Jesus suffered, which I would argue he did not suffer. You are saying because he suffering equals love. Like just because that's how Jesus chose to show his love does not mean that equals love. No, I just want to tell y'all, if you are in my earshot right now and I love you and you're my friend or whatever, please do not ever suffer for me. I do not want you to suffer for me in any way. As a matter of fact, I'd love to alleviate any suffering that you are going through because suffering is not love.
See, that's what I say. The Judeo-Christian ethic, God version of love is not the version of love in which you have. So we're going to disagree on what love is.
Love, and that doesn't equal suffering. Yeah. I was a Christian for over 40 years. The Christian, there is no such thing as Judeo-Christian. Okay.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I gotta interrupt. I have a super chat. So Reckless Religion 83 sends $19.99. Thank you. I cannot connect to your Venmo for some reason, so I will make your donation here from the Dogway merch. I'm so grateful to be part of the amazing community. You are an amazing human. Thank you. Appreciate the $19.99 super chat. Wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, go ahead. Continue.
Sorry, she was talking.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but
I have really bad ADHD, so I don't remember.
And that's why I hate interrupting you, Crystal. Yeah, I don't like interrupting in general, but I especially hate interrupting you because I know that about you. But but super chats, I got to do it. So we were on we were on the line of you were saying, hey, if anyone out there says you love me, don't suffer for me because that's not what we do. Yeah, that's not what we are about.
And just because Jesus suffered and he said, this is me loving you, which I do not believe he suffered. I do not believe that being unalive the way he unalived is anywhere near the suffering that human beings go through on a daily basis on this earth. And he knew he was coming back to life. He knew that he was God. He knew what was going to happen. That's not suffering to me. There are people who are going to unalive today from starvation, and the amount of time that takes is ridiculous. The amount of suffering they go through, that is suffering, and you don't need to do that, and that doesn't equal love. Those are not agape. That's what I was saying. Christian
Agape.
love is agape love, and that is not suffering. That is being sacrificial. It does not mean suffering, though. It means to sacrifice, to have a love that is sacrificial, that's all encompassing, all love. That's what Christian love is, not suffering.
Now let me ask.
I think you might be misunderstanding what Christian love is. In Jesus' words, he said, "There is no greater love than for one to give their life for another."
Yeah, that doesn't equal suffering. I can literally be unalived in seconds without suffering. Suffering is not the same as unalive.
He said you would be persecuted. He said you would be killed. You would be beheaded. He told them all these atrocities that were going to befall them.
He didn't say you'd suffer, and he didn't say suffering equals love. He didn't say that.
Okay.
And it's not the Christian paradigm, because I was a Christian for 40 years, and this is the first time I'm ever hearing somebody say that suffering is love. It's not. Agape love meant to love sacrificially, that you would sacrifice yourself for somebody.
Yeah. And even if we just accepted what you say is true, is allowing suffering love.
And that's a good one. I think we went into that one time before. That's a good one. Why does God, how does God loving God? And that's a really good one. Like I told you, I couldn't give you an answer for that one.
That's
I don't
right.
have an answer.
Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember now. Yeah. And so we don't really have an answer for that. And I think that's really what the key is, because we're talking about God loving women and kids. And I think what the conversation has been about up to this point is us loving God, like people loving God, suffering for their sake. And so that, I think that's kind of where we're at a contention point here, because, we're talking about God loving us. Right. And you would agree that, in this relationship, if they're assuming that this God exists, but in this relationship, I would say God's beings bear the brunt of the suffering. Because honestly, I don't see how God suffers at all. Unless you can point it out to me. I mean, I don't see how God suffers, but we seem to be suffering all over the place, everywhere, at many points. There's children, there's Christians who have parents who have babies that are born with cancer, and they're praying for this God to take this cancer away. The baby suffering, who we must presume is a Christian baby because it's in a Christian household. The parents are suffering. So they're suffering there. We've got, as Crystal previously said, there's Christians who are starving, who are praying to God to end their suffering, end their starving, and God's not answering them. There are, the abuses of the Catholic Church that happened for years and years and years, and in a lot of places is still going on. Lots of kids were, and people were abused in these churches. God never answered their prayers. So I'm trying to understand, because you said there's no answer for allowing suffering. Well, then
not all suffering.
Then how can we call this God loving if it seems to be either selective or random?
Well, he specifically says in Luke 9:22, he says, "The Son of Man shall suffer many things and be rejected by the elders." And he's talking about this, and on the third day he'll be raised up, talking about he will suffer for these things. So he's doing these things out of suffering. Okay, so we can explain why he did that form of suffering, or why this suffering is, or I can explain why a man goes to war and dies and may suffer many things for a number of persons.
And I'm not seeing how a God that sacrificed himself to save us from himself, that had like a pretty bad weekend at best, like a day and a half. I mean, because if you look at it, it was from Friday afternoon until Sunday morning. That's essentially not even 72 hours. It's like, it's not even 48 hours. And he supposedly died in the flesh, so he didn't suffer that entire time. So we can just chalk it up to a bad weekend. And I'm just saying, all that he went through, assuming this is God that this happened to, it doesn't equal at all to the suffering that humanity is still enduring to this day. And it's not equal at all. It seems like it's like a token offering.
Well, I would say this. One, you'd have to say the determination of is suffering is is the most severe form of suffering a period of time, or is most severe a period of suffering according to an incident or how it happens or an actuation? So I would say I couldn't compare that either. Like, what if someone died or got unalived in 10 seconds, but it was the most horrific manner? Or what if someone got unalived over a longer period of time, but it was in a very gentle manner? You know what I mean? I couldn't compare suffering either. All I would say is that there is an amount of suffering we can't understand, and there's some, and even if you're not a theist, there's an amount of suffering we can't understand, even in things that happen in war. I think you're very well learned and understood in history. Some things that have happened in war, some atrocities that have been absolutely, oh my God, you know what I mean? Like,
oh, for
but
sure,
you would,
yeah, without a doubt.
And and I don't think any of us could explain that level of suffering. And I would say the same thing applies to the Judeo-Christian perspective, is that, listen, I can't explain this or the reason why for that suffering that God has allowed.
And I remember,
and it's a good point.
Yeah. And I think I remember asking you, well, then how do we know then that, this is all true? And then I think you said, well, how do we know we don't? Now, but the other part of this is that God made a place where there is no suffering. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if he made a place that has no suffering, that even makes this place less pointless, even more pointless, excuse me. It makes this place even more pointless, because especially if God is all the omnis, he's all knowing, he's all loving, he's all powerful, all the omnis, he could put us anywhere he wants to put us. Yet we're put here and there's suffering here when he already knows whether or not we deserve to go to heaven. Right?
Yeah.
So
good questions.
Yeah. He could just snap his fingers and put us into heaven right now. So this makes even less sense. That's what I'm saying, world.
Well, I see what you're saying. Look, listen, your question is very valid. All I can say is, like, sometimes I'll be being detoured down the freeway. I'm like, why did they detour us all the way around here? This just happened to me the other day. And I didn't know till 3 days later why.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't know then. You know what I mean? And that's all I can contribute it to. But it was a real serious issue that happened on the road or whatever. And I was thinking to myself, that's why they routed us all the way over here instead of down there, which was more logical at the time that I could understand. But I didn't understand because I didn't have all the pieces in play. Mm-hmm. And again, that's not really an ultimate. I can't give an ultimate answer. I can't, because that would be me trying to fill in the blanks.
I got you. I think
Christianize you.
Yeah. Well, like in a lot of instances like the one you gave, and I'm not saying it's a bad analogy. Maybe I am, but I'm not ready to say that. I'm not ready to say
You're okay. You're okay.
I think in that situation though, you can kind of surmise what's going on, because if they're taking you through the streets to this detour, you see traffic going certain ways, and you can probably understand, okay, well, this is probably the easiest way for them to do this. It avoids other things. They might be doing construction over here or over there. They set this up the best way that they could. And we're dealing with fallible humans too, right?
Right.
So, but the difference maker is that we have what's supposed to be an infallible God in charge, right? And it's right. A God that can make anything happen. So like, going back to your example,
anything good.
Well, if he's all the omnis, he can do just about it. Well, we'll just say within logic, right? We'll put that qualifier on there, right?
I like that. I like that.
So, I'm not gonna take you down the whole, make a rock so heavy you can't lift. I'm not gonna take you there. It's not worth it. But I only reserve that for special people. So you're not one of them.
Thank you, man. You're a good guy. I like.
But like with, like in the case of construction and detours, we're dealing with fallible humans, and they can't tell the future. They don't know what's going, they can't foresee things. But we have a God that can foresee things and has the power to stop it. So say if this God were in charge of the construction of the roads, he could just snap his fingers and the roads would be done. He could do it while we sleep, right? So
right.
So fallible humans have to go through all of these machinations, and they have to do all these, they got to do logistics and management of this stuff, because you can't foresee things. But see, God doesn't really have to manage things. He doesn't have to deal with really logistics, because he can just basically, his will be done. Snap his fingers and it's done. And so that's why this world makes even less sense the more you think about it. because if he knows exactly who we are, if he stitched us in the womb and he knew us before we were born, he created our parts, stitched us in the womb, as it says in Psalms 139:13,
Yep.
and he knows us inside and out. There's no reason for us to be here whatsoever. We should either be in hell or we should be in heaven. That's it.
Yeah, no, actually, it was funny is somebody asked me the question of why, well, who would want to go to hell? Why would God make a hell and all that stuff, and knowing what he was going to do? I said, it says Judas, I chose out of 70, there's 12 left, and I chose you, for you did not choose me, and one of you is the devil. So I think in the line of logical thinking, we'd say he chose everybody according to who he foreknew was going to do what he's going to do.
Right.
And I've actually run into people, and I don't mean a Satanist on this realm of they're atheistic Satanists. I mean a Satanist on the Luciferian side. And he actually willingly said he waits for the day upon which judgment will fall upon him and he burns for eternity. And he hates the idea of God. You know, he blasphemes God and so forth, so on. And I said, so there are people that will willfully go into and do things to themselves that they feel are going to suffer, including people have burned themselves alive in the name of religion and
of course,
and suffered.
Yeah,
so yeah, and I think it's nothing out of the ordinary. I think you already know I can't answer some of your questions on why God even made Lucifer knowing he was going to fall and become the adversary. I don't know why. You know what I mean? The only thing that I do know is what gives Christianity the most hope for me.
Thanks for
is that all of it
Mm-hmm.
is everything will be eventually corrected and made right, he says, one day. For all things will work for good. How, I don't know. But he will do it.
Well, see, the problem
and I know
with
that's
that,
not gonna sound
yeah, well, the problem with that also is that, you know, when we have this ends justifying the means type thing, that has not worked out well historically, right? When it comes down to the ends justifying the means, we can think of all sorts of atrocities. I mean, that's just like the saying, hell, you know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So if, you know, if God, I'll make it right in the future, but that's the problem, world, is that he can make it right now. He could have made it right at the beginning. There was no reason to, it's like he created this problem in order to solve it. And that doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, actually,
if
you know
you're
what?
an all-powerful God, it doesn't make sense at all.
There is a little bit of an answer there for you for that. I don't think that he can do it right now, not because he's not able, but because of his character prevents him from making a rock too big he can't lift, and so forth, so on. It's in his character to allow this thing to go forth and happen for a reason that we don't yet know yet why.
It's within his
like
character.
I said, his character, in other words, to stand up and say, he's not going to contradict himself as far as that. I'm not going to say, he's not going to contradict himself. He's not going to say, I'm going to make this world perfect and no one can ever do any evil, or he allows a certain amount of evil to happen for a time or suffering to happen for a time. And he does it for a reason of the person or becoming good or learning from it. I think that's more of a Buddhist perspective there.
Yeah, I hear that. Evil, okay. You know? So then by that standard, you could say then that if God were an evil God, he would be self-contradicting if he didn't send us to this place to suffer. Because by definition, he's an evil God. He can't go outside of his character, which means that he's got to put us in a place to let us suffer. And that there would be limitations, and, you know, we're going to be dealing with all kinds of different personalities and atrocities and disappointments here, and, you know, people who hate us, and we get bullied, and, you know, people are victimized and all this other stuff because, as you said, it is outside of God's character, and God cannot go outside of his character if this God is an evil God. See, we could see it, we could say it the same way, right?
Right. You know what? There are some problems with my analogy there. I give you that. You know what I mean? Because I can't unexplain those things
right
fully. You know what I mean? I can't. You know what I mean? I can't explain why they shut the road down. And obviously, I'm looking.
Yeah. I think we lost you.
I have to go. I apologize. I have to go. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Oh yeah, I remember this last time. Yeah. No worries, world. I know you're a wanted person, so you know we'll let you get back to the world. We appreciate you and your time. So have a good rest of your day.
I'm so sorry.
All right. Yeah.
Thank
no worries.
you, man. Be good.
All right. Take care. Bye. All right. So yeah. So this is the thing. Like, it just ultimately, he's given us all the same answers that all these other Christians give us. And see, the thing is that you could flip it and say, well, if it could be this, well, it also could be this. And if it could be either thing, then that's not really an explanation, right? Could be this, could be that. Well, yeah, it could also be this, it could be that, because of the same argument you're giving. So that's not really, I mean, yeah, it's a well, maybe, but it's not an explanation, if that makes sense. Welcome back, Ember. So that being said, okay, well, we already have our next guest up on the guest panel. So CCAPS, thanks for waiting. Appreciate you waiting.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, you're back from yesterday. Our Dark Knight doppelganger, if you guys remember.
Yeah, Dark Knight clone's back.
Yeah, Dark Knight clone's back. It's the Bizarro Dark Knight. If you're ever into Superman and the Bizarro world, so. So what you got for us today? I know we had a pretty good discussion about this topic, actually. We had a pretty long discussion. And I think you said you were going to come back if you did some study, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little, I don't really want to go over everything again, because that was a really long conversation.
Yeah.
But I did want to go over, I did want to bring up 2 verses today. So I did want to go over how we were talking about the lake of fire being eternity, if I remember correctly.
Oh, yeah.
So I wanted to bring up the verse. Just give me one.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you just like yesterday, you can just tell me the verse and I'll put it up on screen for us to look at. Oh, thank you, Oceanus Helios. Well, this is, I thank you for the $2 super chat, but this is really to wish Darth Gently a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Darth Gently. Hope you have a wonderful and happy birthday. So how about that? Born on St. Patrick's Day. So happy birthday to you, Darth Gently.
Darth Gently, you share a birthday with my cat.
You share a birthday with Doc. Doc and Darth Gently.
I love that.
We should. So a little tender victuals and a steak, That's awesome.
Perfect.
That is perfect. Okay, sorry, Z-Caps. We were
all good.
We were
I
just
wanted to
passing
pull
time.
up
What do you got?
Matthew 10:28.
Matthew 10, verse 28. Okay, is that the first one? Is there any other ones? I can do multiples if you want. Okay, just start with that one. All right, we'll start with that one. Okay, let's see what that one has to say. Okay, so let's take a look at that one. All right, and okay, so everybody see it on the screen? Do not fear those who kill the body but cannot kill the soul. Oh, there's my screen. Okay, rather the one who can destroy both soul and body in hell. All right.
So I guess to elaborate, I guess that's another verse backing up the kind of that hell is not a forever torment kind of situation.
Not a forever torment. Yeah, and I think I don't know if that was the issue really. It was whether or not, because I think, what I was asserting is that it's not a separation from God. It's a fiery, it's a burning.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that there is a second death. Yeah, there is a second death. But then I was saying but there's a contradiction here, So which one do we believe? Yeah, it's a contradiction.
So if I'm correct, you were saying for example, you were saying if there's smoke, there needs to be wood to burn. Basically, that's what you were saying, right?
Yeah, because I was just asserting it's not just a second death. It that the Bible also talks about an eternal torture, like an eternal and which you kind of alluded to. You said it was eternal separation from God, and that there was such thing as a second death, which I did acknowledge there is. I agree with you.
Yeah.
What I'm saying though is there's a contradiction because it says there's two things, that you can both have a second death and that you will be tortured and tormented forever. And so that's why I'm asking you which one is true.
I mean, like I kind of guess was getting into yesterday, like if you are looking at the context, like the Bible, throughout the Bible, it's claiming that Jesus is a loving God. Now, does a loving God watch people torment forever? Probably not. There's verses like the second death verse as well. And then there's this verse that says that he can destroy your body and soul in hell.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with you.
Why I say it would be forever torment is because they're using, I would say they're using hyperbolic language in a sense, because if your body and soul are destroyed, right, by that fire, I guess is my claim.
Okay, but again, if it's smoke that's going forever, then because again, there is, I mean, you got to acknowledge the contradiction here, because if you're annihilated and you're gone, what else? Where's the smoke coming from the torment? What is that for? Because you'd agree you can't be tormented if you're gone, if you're completely annihilated.
That's why I would say it's more of a hyperbolic language right there, with the smoke going up forever, just to get like a message across, like, and then like just thinking about other parts of the Bible, and then those other two verses that I brought up just a little bit ago, they're all alluding to this one outcome. And then there's this verse that comes out maybe a little confusing, but I think it's just trying to get a message across that it is a forever punishment.
Okay. How did you determine this to be true?
How did I determine this to be true? Just because more verses, like I would say most of the verses allude to the point that you are annihilated forever. So I'm gonna go with the verses that are all agreeing with each other, and then I could look at this verse and think, is it either disagreeing with my verses, or is it using a type of language to get a message across?
Okay, so you're saying there are multiple verses that talk about the second death, but then there's less verses that talk about eternal suffering. So,
and it doesn't necessarily.
So it's a popularity thing.
It doesn't necessarily. Well, because it doesn't necessarily disagree with those other verses in a sense if you read it hyperbolic.
Okay, so then, does this this method that you use, is it consistent across things that we try to understand that are true in the Bible? Like, for example, if we use this to determine whether or not God is evil or God is doing bad things, right? Do we count the number of times that he does bad things versus the number of times that he does good things? And if say the bad things are more than the good things, we say, well, then this God is a bad God. Do we do it that way too?
No, I wouldn't say we do it that way.
Why not?
I'm not sure why.
Fair.
Wait,
Fair.
can you
That's an honest answer.
Can you say that? Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, because it sounds like you're saying, well,
I think I'm a little confused.
Okay, well, it says it's because if I heard what you're saying right, you're saying, well, it says the second death more than it says eternal damnation. So since it says it alludes to it talks about the second death many more times than it says eternal damnation. I can conclude that when it talks about eternal damnation, that's just really like a metaphor or a way of speaking, but that the second death is actually the true thing of what will happen. Did I hear that right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because because it's alluding to that outcome more. That's the more likely outcome.
Okay, so then if we apply that consistently, and if we count up all the times God did like atrocious things, like performed genocide, commanded genocide, you know, like we can maybe we can do it body count wise. You know, how many people that God has killed versus how many people that God has saved. So
okay, why necessarily would any of God's actions, how would you define God's actions as bad, I would say?
Well, I would say, is killing babies bad?
Yeah, if I were to kill a baby, that's bad.
Yeah.
I would say.
So if killing babies is bad and God has killed
we're not
babies,
we're not supposed to murder, so.
Right. And so is it bad? So is it bad if God kills babies?
I mean, are you talking about like the flood, like that type of situation?
Your flood, the flood, the David's baby with Bathsheba, all of the times he commanded genocide of the different tribes, of the different races, of the different, you know,
like the Canaanites and stuff.
The Canaanites, the Jebusites, the Hittites, the Midianites, the Amalekites. Yeah, there's a whole list of whole list of people that were just wiped off the face of the earth, and God commanded all that. Having a Mosaic law in Numbers 5 verses 17 through 31, in which God would bless the dirt that would curse the dirt. Actually, excuse me. God would curse the dirt in which was made into a potion for a woman to drink if she was accused of adultery. And if she was guilty of adultery, then the baby she was carrying would be aborted. So it's these kinds of things. So are these killings of babies, when God is either allowing it, commanding it, or doing it, are those good?
I would say, since God is all knowing and he knows infinitely more than I do.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible's claim is that he's all good. So if he is all good, according to the Bible's claim, then he can do no bad.
Okay, how do you independently verify that then?
How do I evidently verify that he is
independent?
All good?
Yeah, independently outside of the Bible, verify that God is all good.
I mean, you really can't. I mean, the Bible is my only source of information.
Okay,
if I'm being completely honest with you.
Okay, well, I appreciate the honesty. So then, anything that God commands is good. Then, if we go by what you're saying here, so anything God commands someone to do is good.
If his claim that he is all good is true, then he can do no bad.
Okay, so that means then, because if God is all knowing, he can't see the things that he can see the things you cannot see. And the Bible's and your only source of that God is all good is the Bible, and the Bible says that God is all good, so you believe that God is all good. So if God commanded you to round up all the babies at all the orphanages in your town and set them on fire in your backyard, is that a good command?
From what I know from the Bible, no, that wouldn't be a good command, because he just wouldn't make that command.
Well, he told you because they're evil and they need to be purged. The evil must be purged.
I mean, are they like, I don't know, are they demon possessed or something? I don't know.
But this is God's, God has knowledge that you don't possess. So he just says, hey, look, C-Caps, I just know you don't. I just need you to go round up all the babies and set them on fire in your backyard. Because they're bad. They're evil babies. Is that a good command from God?
No, I wouldn't burn babies. I don't think I would burn babies.
Okay. So,
but I just know my God like wouldn't command me to go round up a whole bunch of babies and burn them.
Based on what though? Because
when
again, you
when
acknowledge
has God
that he is.
ever?
Well, you acknowledge.
When has he ever told us?
When has he ever in the Bible? He's told people to kill babies.
I'm saying like when has he ever told us to go and like round up a whole bunch of babies and burn them alive?
Well, does it matter how the method and how you kill the babies? I mean, would it change your answer if God said to put a broadsword into babies? Because that's what it says in the Bible.
I'd prefer if it had to happen if they didn't suffer.
Okay. But it says in the Bible to put broadswords to babies. So would that change your answer?
Can you show me where?
Yeah. Let's see. Well, one I know is Numbers 31. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones. And when I say put broadswords to them, that's the weapon of choice that they had back in the Bronze Age, right? Broadswords. So kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who's known a man by sleeping with him. So this is God saying, kill all the male children.
Kill every male
among the little ones. Yeah. And little ones are kids, right? Little kids, babies, toddlers, small children.
What tribe is this?
I think this was the Midianites. Yeah. We can find out here. Let's just go from 1 to 18. Yep, the Midianites. So God says to you, hey, sea caps, these babies I want you to round up, they're worse than Midianites. So I want you to round them all up, and I want you to kill them all. Is that a good command?
If he knows what he's doing, I would hope he knows what he's doing.
So it's a good command?
It's not. I would say it's not that like things are.
Oh, now be honest. I just need you to be honest. You've been honest up to this point. I just need a yes or no. Is it a good command?
I mean, I would have to say yes at this point because I'm like, I would have to.
Oh, okay. Well, I do appreciate you being honest, but that's very, very hard to hear. You get why that's hard to hear, right?
Yeah, I definitely do.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, like, I am not like a psycho or anything. Like, I'm a very normal person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically hard. Like, we can't tell the difference because you are excusing a being that's supposed to be the most perfect being, and the being that you are made in the image of, that you are supposed to act like, and he does this.
Cyber was saying,
so it's
Deuteronomy
it's a whole different time
16
period.
through
We're under a
18.
whole different type of covenant. Like,
yeah,
you don't.
But does God's morality change?
These people were worshiping pagan gods and stuff and sacrificing, and literally doing blood sacrificing to the children.
Does that justify genocide?
I mean, if he knows the best and he knows what's best for the people on earth.
But how do you know? All it is a claim that he knows best. That's all it is.
You have one source to verify that with. You said yourself, I have no outside source for this. And so, because it says it
I believe the Bible's the ultimate authority.
Okay, well, it says it in the Quran that, the same thing. It says the exact same thing in the Quran. And if I brought a Muslim up here, they would say the Quran is the ultimate authority. So how would you, because there's 3 of us here or 4 of us total who believe in neither the Quran nor the Bible. How would you then,
Okay.
CCAPS, show us that the Bible is the ultimate authority over the Quran? Because you would agree, if somebody who came up Muslim and said, yeah, if Allah told me that these babies were infidels and I need to perform a jihad on them, would he be justified in doing that? Your answer would be
no, because I would think
no.
it's coming from a false god.
Exactly. So that's why I'm asking you, if it's a false god, if it's a false authority, how would you demonstrate to us? Because let's just pretend, okay, that we want to help you. Let's just pretend. I wouldn't, but let's just pretend we want to help you. All right.
Okay.
But we need evidence. We need to be convinced. Because let's just say, look, it's gonna be a lot for me to go to round up every baby in every orphanage in my city. I'm gonna need some help. So you four, Ember, Reckless, Crystal, and guys, go with me for a minute on this, all right? just pretend that we may consider helping CCAPS and myself. We're considering helping you, but we say to you, CCAPS, but we need to know more than just trust me, bro. All right. We need more from you than that, because this is a pretty big deal, right? You would agree. This is a pretty big deal.
I guess.
Ancient Warrior, thanks for the 20 Trust But Verified gift memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yeah. Because this is a big deal, right? We're risking jail time. We're risking a lot. We're putting a lot on the line for you. So how would you convince us that this is the thing to do?
I guess I would sit all you guys down, right? And then I would pull up a chart, and we'd go over this. We'd go over this over the course of like months. It would take a while. So I would sit you guys down. I'd go over a chart, and I'd pull up a chart of all the cross references from the Bible, from the beginning to the start, or from the beginning to the end, of all the people that have never met each other, haven't talked to each other, lived in different part of the world, and all came to the same conclusion.
Okay.
We'll go through all the cross references in the Bible, every single one.
Okay. Stop. We got to fulfill legislation, everybody. So I got to pause the timer. Yeah. See, I don't know if it's bad timing or good timing, but you always seem to come up where we have an event that goes on. We got to pause the timer on you. But the upside is that you get to hang around for this, and you don't lose any time. But we do have we have a legal obligation that we have to meet.
No
problem.
Yeah. So just hang tight, CCAPS, and just relax, sit back, enjoy. Okay, I got to bring the music up. Excuse me, everybody, but you all know who's here.
Enjoy the smooth stylings
of King Hammy of Camelot.
Hammy.
Enjoy the smooth stylings of Hammy from Camelot, the king. I think we need Thrail in here for that. Thrail would be perfect for that.
Welcome, my loyal subjects. You get the bad mic today because I'm at my sister's house watching her dog.
Oh, that's so nice.
You don't get my really good mic. I'm so sorry.
Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a different intro songs. Oh no, not the ad. Sorry, I got an ad.
Not the ad.
I don't have YouTube
How
Premium.
dare you put ad on the royal music?
I don't have YouTube Premium. Sorry. We're doing a little bit different. It's from Kingdom of Silk.
Rookie move.
I know, right?
Rookie move.
It's old man. Ooh, this is like ominous and foreboding. It does say royal
Fits the
entrance.
reading.
It does.
It does fit the reading.
Nice. Okay, there it is. We are doing a Hammy reading. We are. Jiren the Grey, you're just in time. We are.
So, this reading comes from none other than yours truly, Hammy.
What? An original? Oh my goodness.
This is an original poem written by me.
An original.
Yes. It is called The Hollow Man.
Hollow Man.
The deep unease in one's pit feels like it all consumes. The dread comes in with a powerful hit, creating deep white flumes. You stand in the busy street, faceless beings shuffle by. The world is colder than the sleet, falling from the darkened sky. Emptiness from within emanates from your very core, the feeling that must be akin to the one who heard knocking on their chamber door. No one is stopping you because you've gone where none can follow. Where great life had once grew has now become so hollow. You stop as others have, statues amongst your kind. The face is such a clever ruse, looking with eyes that are quite blind.
Wow. That was very ominous and deep. Thank you, King Hammy of Hamelot. All right. We have fulfilled our legal obligation.
I will let you know that if at any point I drop, it's because I've gotten a call. I'm waiting for my significant other to call me back.
Well,
she had to go and basically yell at a friend. So, you know.
We got you. Okay. No problem. No problemo. But please stay as long as you like. And for those who don't know what the fuck is going on, many months ago, the chat in a live stream voted. There was a referendum that was offered, and the chat voted that anytime Hammy comes into this live, he must read something, and I must play royal entrance music before he does. So we're just fulfilling our legal obligation because King Hammy is a law-abiding king.
You can never say that I am not a law-abiding citizen.
Never.
And today was special since you got a poem from myself. So.
From Hammy himself. So thank you, Hammy. Thank you. Green eggs and Hammy. Exactly. All right. Okay. So we've fulfilled our legal obligation. So chat, I hope you're happy. And back to our guest, CCAPS. All right. I'm going to start the clock, but go ahead. What were you saying? You said you were going to sit us down and do what?
We're all sit down. I was going to bring out a chart. It was going to show all the lines connecting all the cross references from the beginning to the end of the entire Bible.
Okay.
We're going to go through literally all of it, no matter how long it takes, however long it'll take.
Because I really want to know what pointing out cross references proves. A lot of Christians say this, but if I gather 66 different authors and we all write about Aristotle, there will be cross references, just as many.
Yeah.
I don't think to the extent of the Bible and what it's talking about.
I'll just point every contradiction out, and then we'll just go back and forth, and that's not going to do anything. You got to do something that's, because that's not it. I'm gonna disregard those cross references, and I'm gonna point out contradictions.
Yeah, because remember, you're asking us to do a big thing here, and we're considering it, right? And just to catch up, Hammy, I just laid out a hypothetical in which God has commanded CCAPS to round up all the babies in his city and kill them all because they're evil babies, and he has decided, well, this is a tall order. Because we asked him, well, how he knows that this is a good thing? He says, well, because the Bible says so. And so what we've just imagined is that everybody here, all the guests up here, all the co-hosts and me are considering helping him, but he's got to demonstrate to us that God is actually giving us a good command. And so what
am I also considering helping, or am I the Almighty God himself in this instance?
No, you wouldn't be the Almighty God. You would just, you'd be,
if you want to, sits on the side of the road and observes everything. You're just a frog. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm just
you're just an observant frog.
Just an observant frog who loves Cheetos.
Crystal, the thing is that being called a frog is probably the biggest compliment I've ever gotten. So I mean,
that's
because you're actually a prince and somebody just got to kiss you.
There it is.
Brought up a good point too. He says the authors of the New Testament already had the Old Testament, so of course they could write references to the Old Testament and make it self-fulfilling.
Yeah, and the other point I was going to bring up, which is kind of related to this, is that I was going to ask you, C-Caps, do you think that other holy books don't have cross-references?
Real quick, before you answer that, C-Cap, it was made aware to me that because I lost the game, I have to announce the fact that I lost the game. So now all of you have lost.
That is awful.
What?
And
sorry.
terrible.
Look,
I'm totally out of the
I'm a
loop
law-abiding citizen.
Cyber deconstruction.
I'm a law-abiding
You
citizen.
are not cool.
I am
And you know me,
anti that law.
I thought we were friends.
I thought we were friends too. Yeah.
Do you know what
heck?
the game is? Trust?
I have no idea what the game is. I'm just following
So
along.
this is a very big millennial thing, especially.
I'm just blindly following.
The point of the game is not to think about the game. If you think about the game, you lose the game.
Oh, I remember. Okay. So we had a Gen X version of this game. It was, you guys remember the circle game? Like if you look at the circle below your waist, then you get to hit the other person twice.
Oh yeah, we had that
You get to
too.
tap them twice. Yeah.
Yeah, we had
that too. Yeah, that too. So this is like a take on that. Okay, but this is even more complicated because you can't. Yeah, because the part of the game is to not think about the game.
So
I'm Gen
this
X.
is
We
the thing
just
about the
punch
game.
each other.
You just
We don't
punched
have
each other.
any
This
bullets.
is-
we just punched each other.
You're early Gen X.
this
I'm
is
later
the thing
Gen
about
X.
the
Yeah.
game.
So we need an excuse.
This is the thing about the game.
All right, this is the thing.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter if you decide you're not playing or not. You're playing the game regardless.
You're playing?
Everyone's playing the game. Yeah, everybody's playing the game. And the very second someone thinks about the game, they've lost the game.
God damn it.
So now everybody in the chat, all 174 of y'all have lost the game.
Yeah.
I don't know how many is over there on YouTube, but the YouTube side also
57.
lost.
Yeah, so
And
57
really
plus
rude,
176
really rude
losers.
troll. Just
It is a rude
making
troll.
us all lose the game.
We're just like 176 plus 57. I'm not going to do the math, but just call it 231. 231 losers. Exactly.
You know what? Let's round it up to 500. Just like the witnesses.
We cover all the people in the hallway. Yeah.
I'm the frog. I'm lazy
frog.
about eating my flies.
Cheetos.
I'm witnessing.
You like
this.
Cheetos.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
eating Cheetos. Okay.
Yeah, you're eating Cheetos.
I'm a frog,
You're
and I
witnessing
come
this.
across a bag of Cheetos, and I'm witnessing this,
All
and
right.
I see that this man has brought up that there's a bunch of cross-referencing, but he also acknowledges that the New Testament writers had the access to the Old Testament, and therefore they could actually cross-reference this. And this is the slam dunk. This is why everybody should be willing to help you unalive people.
I wasn't done yet.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
okay, my bad.
Okay.
Go
Still
ahead.
going. Go ahead.
All right, so I guess you guys threw that one out the window, but I guess I would bring you guys to where, if I could bring you guys to where Moses parted the Red Sea, and you could see the part of the sand that got burned into basically like glass, and there's
You'd have to go to the Reed Sea
There's like a
because Moses
human
never parted the
footprint
Red
in there.
Sea.
Yeah, the Reed Sea, which they don't know where it actually is. They have no idea where it is.
Also, how is that? Can't lightning just strike sand and create glass?
I mean, I guess it could, but in that exact area.
Yeah, like that's not unheard of.
Yeah, but then that's the other thing is the next part of it is you have to demonstrate that Moses actually existed.
Yeah,
Because if Moses didn't exist,
as the
Go.
frog eating my little orange Cheetos, I'm still not seeing this big connection. That's like, yes, this is This is why we should follow what you're saying.
Yeah. Because remember, this is a big deal you're asking of us, right? And we're all considering this, even the frog eating the Cheetos. We're all considering this. But
to do things you would actually be able to do, because you're sitting down about ready to tell us that you need to do this horrific thing. So let's do things that are in reality, because in reality, you wouldn't be able to time travel us.
yeah, back there. However,
How,
are you, well,
how
wait a minute,
about
are you talking about like modern? You take us to the modern Red Sea and then show us? Because there's no evidence of that.
I thought didn't they find like chariot wheels and stuff at the bottom as well?
No. Because again, this was because it's a translation. The translation says the Reed Sea. And they've
You're
never been able to.
about a guy named Ron Wyatt.
Yeah,
who
Ron Wyatt,
is
who
a
lied.
known fraudster.
Yeah, he's a known fraudster. He lied. So
I
they
really
haven't.
need Christians to
Okay.
look into the claims that they
How
hear.
do you,
Yeah, you
how do you
gotta really
guys
look
feel
into it.
about the
coral.
Shroud of Turin?
Ugh. Shroud of Turin was debunked when I was a senior in high school, which was a long time ago. Long time
Sea
ago.
caps.
So
I'm going to let you know as the
it got
frog.
into a fire, right? And then they had to reconstruct
Yeah, that
So-
part is true.
the ends, and then the ends that were reconstructed were
Sea
tested.
caps.
But
No.
you could they tested the actual like the mid fabric, and it dated back to like the time.
Yeah, that
Your
was.
No, because
told
Yeah,
you
that
it's
was a
not
stud-
from
I'm sorry to interrupt everybody. That was a study that was done recently, and it was done by people who were Christian apologists, and they created a specific test for that to give it the exact results that they wanted. And on top of that, no other research team has verified their results.
been able to and they haven't been able to redo
They haven't
that.
been able to redo that. They haven't been able
Also-
to recreate them. So yeah, it's been.
Can
It's
you
been
explain how they
tells you that
manufactured
it's
the
wait,
result?
wait. And the Bible tells you that it's not just one cloth. The Bible tells you that he had several strips of linen,
That's the other
not
part.
just one cloth, and a separate one for his head than for the rest of his body. So it could not have been that shroud.
Yeah, couldn't have been the shroud.
Not to mention that the stitching for the weaving of the fabric wasn't invented until like the 13th or 14th century.
Mhm.
So the fabric itself, the one that is not added on right from the fire, the fabric itself is at the very earliest at the 13th to 14th century.
13th to
right?
14th century. Yeah.
Not only that, but Cyber wants to come up here, and I think I know which one the part he's going to talk about, and he can correct me if I'm not. Are you going to talk about the face, Cyber?
Yeah, so real quick, the Shroud of Turin.
Wait a minute. This sounds like Lobes. Hold up. I don't think this is Cyber. This sounds like Lobes. Ah, okay, good. Okay. You verified it. All right. I'm trust but verify. I have to verify these things.
You are.
You sound so much like Lobes. I'm just saying.
This is true. I am really the Temu Cyber. But yeah, so the issue.
Oh my God,
Lobes,
that's hilarious.
I found myself on Wish. But so
sorry,
the
guess
Shroud
we
of
have a whole
Turin-
bunch of inside jokes here. So yeah, you're kind of in the middle of inside joke land. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Cyber. Sorry. Go ahead.
Lobes can do a good impersonation of me just
it's
for Godwin
lovely.
down there.
Yeah,
it's better than me. It has me pause every time. But real quick, so yeah, the Shroud of Turin, when we radiocarbon data, if you actually look at the studies of that, they in the footnotes they make sure to note that they were aware of the patchwork. So they checked the fabrics that they were sent to ensure that there was no micro stitching, nothing like that. They ruled out that they received a patchwork because that defeats the purpose, right? They wanted to carbon date the shroud itself. 2014, there was a DNA testing that was done. However, the scientists that did it refused to submit it for peer review. So some other scientists took it upon themselves to peer review it. And they found issues. in the scientific methodology that was being used. And when they brought it forward to the scientists that conducted the original study, they redacted their study. So that's a big problem. Now, when we push forward to the Waxes study that you're going to refer to, that was just done a few years ago.
Yes, that's the one I was referring to. Waxes, yes.
Yep. 2 of the scientists that did the 2014 DNA study were also on that study, right? Keep in mind, these 2 scientists had to have their own study redacted because they did not use they didn't utilize scientific method properly. In that study, when you follow the financials down, it was the Catholic Church that financed it. But within that own study, they state that this is just an approximate, that they don't actually use this for testing, because the testing itself requires the item to be tested to remain in a temperature, climate, and humidity controlled environment. And they acknowledge that the shroud was not kept in these conditions. So they are just using estimation if the shroud had survived from the time of Jesus all the way to when the study was conducted. They're just throwing in numbers. So they're presupposing that the shroud existed all that time.
Yeah, and just one little tidbit that I want to throw in on the original 1988 study. This was actually, it was also certified by, was it 4 different universities that certified this? It was 4 different labs that affirmed the results,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Yeah, it was 4 different labs. That's why I was holding up the number 4.
And they all had different.
Duke. That's 2 of them. Stanford and Duke were 2 of the universities.
Cambridge, I think.
Cambridge was the 3rd one. I can't remember the 4th one. Yeah.
Correct. And they all had different sections sent to them. It's not like, because when you carbon date, the part is destroyed. So it's not like they radiocarbon and then sent it to the next lab. It was different sections of the shroud.
That's right.
That was sent.
To all 4 different
and
places,
then,
and they all got the same results. Yes.
Correct. And then the again, like Hammy was mentioning, the loom that is used, because it's a 4-in-1 chevron weave. But that chevron weave is super important. The chevron weave specific could not have been done unless you have a special weave, special loom, which wasn't invented until around the 1300s. And then the last real nail in the coffin is the priest that discovered this. When he's writing to the Pope, he states that it's a work of art, that he's talked to the artist, that they're able to he's able to reproduce these. And so it's only once it became popular, because it was on the pilgrimage route, that the Catholic Church was like, hey, we can use this as reasons to bring people to this small Italian town. And because it turns in Italy. And so so it was there. And then the very last thing that I'll talk about, then I'll drop down, is that Dan McClellan actually does an awesome video where there's a guy who actually utilizes time period methods, and he's able to recreate 1-to-1 copies of the Shroud of Turin. And it does the negative effect that everybody says is impossible. And he does it utilizing time period methods, and he sells them. So thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I'm going to head and drop down. I'll let Chris
like to add.
Danke, Cyber.
Thank you. I would like to add that on top of all that, if none of that at all was enough to convince you, it's not to mention that whenever it comes to like the shroud, you are able to see Jesus's eyelids if this is supposed to be Jesus, which means that this fabric was stretched so taut around the head that it was able to leave the imprints of the eyelids, which means that if you were to take this 3D person and wrap it so tight around that it does that, when you lay it out into 2D, the head itself would distort into a shape that is weirdly somewhat humanoid, but looks funky because it's stretched out. So it's one of those things where it's like, this would be like, there's no way that you would get a perfect face without there being any sort of distortion to it. And as the frog that's just watching this eating his Cheetos, I'm about to hop away.
Oh, ribbit.
it has not convinced me yet.
Yeah. So yes, I would encourage you to look up the Waxs study, because I think that's the one that we're talking about. CCAPS. It's WAXS. I think it might be in my Discord. I think I have a link there.
Okay.
But you can just Google Waxs Shroud of Turin, and then you'll see all the problems there with it. And but yeah, and Cyber again was correct. The same scientists their study was redacted back in they had to redact the study back in 2014 that they did. So yeah, so a lot of problems with the Shroud of Turin. So I don't think that would convince any of us. So, and you also got to remember, the five of us collectively have discussed this ad nauseum, because a lot of us are on lives, we have our own lives, and we've talked about this so many times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Here's the one thing I
Yeah.
want you to just critically think about for a minute too. Even if for some reason we 100% could prove that was from Jesus's time, why on earth would you automatically assume it was from Jesus when, how many people lived during that time? There is nothing that says that that's from Jesus,
Yeah.
other
How many
than
people got
saying
crucified?
it's from Jesus.
Mm-hmm. How many people got crucified? How many people looked Middle Eastern with beard? I mean, yeah, that's exactly right.
All right. Well, it seems like I failed to convince you guys, but you guys do have to remember, I am, playing into it,
I know.
a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to, actually, round up these babies, but
Okay.
like as we do know,
that's a relief to
like
hear.
like we did,
Yeah.
like the Israelites when we did invade. We know there's history of us, taking in people and adopting them into the Israelite clans as well. So we know that we didn't fully wipe out, all the women,
I mean,
children, and babies.
the problem with that is that this is something that's like, if I am a young child or anything, like a young girl, a young woman, anything, and I just witnessed my entire all the males just unalived at mass, then yeah, taking me in is kind of like something that you should do, because now this is something as a child, if I'm a child and you've unalived all the people who would protect a child, yeah, you should take in a child.
You have to remember what these people were doing, though. There
what
were
you're doing is
they were
you
raping
have
each other. They were giving up child sacrifices to gods and stuff like that.
CCAPS, you need to understand what you have is you have a book that tells you this. We don't know for a fact that they were doing any of these things. We have a propaganda book that is telling you the propaganda of the people. This is why I'm
the book
doing
doesn't even say all that. The book doesn't say that
No.
each of those people were doing all that. But on top of that, that is very poor excuse to assume that just because a baby had parents who were not good people, that baby would turn up bad too. It's horrible. And I don't like it personally, because I had really bad parents and I'm a very good person.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
to say that I should just be unalived because my parents were shitty is very horrible.
Yeah.
I said, there were
last point, I gotta drop you down.
Of taking in, the women and kids and stuff like that, and we definitely adopted them into the tribes to become,
How do you say
one with God as well.
Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?
Yeah, I do have some Jewish heritage.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to check, because a lot of times Christians say we, and you're not Israel.
You
but if
ain't
you're
part of the
Jewish,
we. Yeah, it's more of the we having a mouse in your pocket than it is, but hey, CCAPS, this was a great conversation, but I'm going to drop you down. So, but I appreciate you coming up a second time. It was, and I appreciate the calm discussion and all that stuff. So really appreciate you. Big W for the host, or for the guest, excuse me. Big W for the guest.
Also for the host.
Oh, thanks.
Also for the host.
Appreciate
All right, see you guys. Have a good one.
CCAPS, have a good one. All right. So, And the reason why is because I'm gonna close it up for today. I've had enough internet for today, but not because of you, but it's because I got things to do in real life. I honestly, I'd love to just keep going, but
To end on a good note,
what's that?
Yesterday I did something that kind of hurt, but it's for good. I bought a drone because I plan on. Yes, and the reason why it hurt was because of how much it was. It was $150. It was $150, but for me, that's like I might as well be giving away my wallet at that point. But I bought it because I plan on making a proof of concept video to give to like Nat Geo and stuff because I want to do a 50 state docuseries of the wildlife of the state.
Cool. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a good thing, I guess.
That is a good thing. Yes, absolutely. That's awesome. That is awesome.
I think we should all end on good notes.
Hey, I'd like to do that. Can I plug myself and then drop down?
Yes. Yes.
You guys, I have a podcast. It is called Anti-Sermons, AUNTIE.
That's right.
And in this podcast, we are going chronologically and methodically through the Bible, and we are I'm performing sermons for every woman, women, girls, named, unnamed in the Bible. And so if if you have like listen to podcasts, go check out Anti-Sermons. Go give me 5 stars. And if you're not following me on YouTube, please do so. I'm so close to 1,000 subscribers over
absolutely.
there on the YouTube.
Yes. Everybody who's not following
and I'm trying to
Crystal
get to
J.
10,000 over here on the TikTok.
Yes.
So if you can follow me over here, I'd appreciate it too.
Okay, so just to verify, what's your YouTube handle? Is it Critically Crystal J over there too?
I am Crystal J.
I am Crystal J. I am Crystal J. So yes, please, everyone follow I am Crystal J over on YouTube because.
And I've been talking over on your YouTube chat, so they should be able to see what my name is.
Yes, because 1,000 is like a huge deal. Getting to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube is a huge deal. It opens up so many doors. So yeah, I didn't know you were that close. I should have, because I'm following you there, but I didn't. Yeah.
The podcast is everywhere you stream your podcasts. For people asking, I perform them live on my channel. Like so, tomorrow I have an anti-sermon that I'll be doing on my channel here on TikTok and YouTube. And it's about Keturah, the last wife of Abraham. You probably don't know she exists, but she does.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about her tomorrow.
Little known wife of Abraham.
Yeah. So we learn a lot because we learn about the rabbinical teachings, the Christian teachings, the extra biblical teachings, and then what we should really learn from these stories as women and what we should do with this information.
Outstanding. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm definitely going to check that out. And then by that token, y'all should be following all these fantastic votes on here as well. And Ember, 7 Lemons, and Forever Atheist, thank you guys for doing, for being mods. You guys make everything so much easier. So, I really, really appreciate what you guys do. And, we all love you. So W's, follows, coins for the mods as well, please. It's the least we could do. And on the other side, Blaster Master 80, thank you. Rainbow Ash, you were in there earlier. Pseudo V Science on the YouTube side. You guys were fantastic as well. So thank you so much. Appreciate everything you guys do. So the last thing is, who are we going to raid? Now, we already have a scheduled raid on Friday. We're going, I don't know if I'll be on that late, but we're all going to be on Storm's live on Friday for the fundraiser. And so we got to make sure to mark your calendars for that at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So just remember that. And Storm, there you are. So everybody, please also follow Madam Storm so you can be, and you know what? And it's not about necessarily giving, but what it's also about is being there and then sharing the live. So then other people come in and then that will increase the chances that others will give. So that's what it's all about is we want to get eyes on this. as many eyes as possible. So let's do that. And it's for a great cause. It's for a fantastic cause.
When you see the TBV raid, you know the storm's coming.
You know the storm has arrived. Exactly. And so the last thing is, who are we going to raid today? Who is it? Can we raid?
I see Grandpa No Pivot is live.
Grandpa No Pivot. Yes, let's do that. Grandpa _No Pivot. Fantastic creator. I love Grandpa No Pivot. So let's go. I'm going to go live soon. Oh, okay. Well, there's that.
Also going to go live.
You should go live now. Well, we're going to raid Grandpa No Pivot, and then everyone can gravitate to Tiny Science because Grandpa is on now, and Tiny Science isn't on now. So let's go raid Grandpa and No Pivot, and then we will be sure to say TBV raid in Grandpa _No Pivot's chat. For YouTube, I don't think there's any creators on YouTube that we have today. So sorry, I got nothing for you, but we're gonna do that for Grandpa GRAMPA Grandpa No Pivot. So thanks for clarifying, Godwin. Grandpa
Like Graham, like
G-R-A-M.
Graham.
Like grandma and then grandpa. Yeah. GRAMPA. There we go. _No Pivot. There we go. So everyone throw that in your search
Like
engine.
Graham.
Yeah, like Graham. So everybody throw that in your search and then hit that, and let's flood Grandpa No Pivot's chat with TBV raid. All right, everybody, enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you guys. Fun live. Got a lot of content. And let me know if you want me to share the live with you guys, if you want to do your own clips too. So just send me a DM and I'll do it. All right, guys, enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Love you all.
Love you all.
Bye, y'all.
Take care.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Bye.